In this tutorial, we will have a look how we can create this game. So if I just click on this play button, basically this is a second part and we added multiple things. As you can see, we have added a Suriken. It's going up and down, as well as hearts and some trees in the background. We can move around, and we have a particle effect. When we collide with this ground, we can see a particle effect just popping up in the feed of our player game object. And we have enemy, and if we kill this enemy, you can see a text going up, and then it's just fading out over time, as well as we have a sprite UI, basically heart UI in the top left corner, you can see. And let's kill this enemy, and we have so if we just kill this enemy, and we can see a explosion effect just pops up, and we have a traps, cool traps. You can see that it's just hitting our ground after every 1 second, and once it's hitting, we can see the camera is shaking, and we have some trees, and we can jump. We have particle effect, so we're gonna have a look onto this, as well as how we can clean our code, and so many things I have covered. So the chapters or the timestamps I will give in the description. You can go ahead in this specific part if you want. In this tutorial, I'm not gonna teach you how you can make this player movement or player jump. It will start from where we left off. So the first part I will give in the description, or will have a link in the description, so you can go and check that out. And if we just get tie over here, we can see we have a game over menu, and it's just going up, basically center it, and nicely it just came up. So we're gonna use LeanTween to make it so much cool. And if we just click on this menu and then click on this about button, we can see the instruction we have to follow to play this game. And if we click back, we just going over to back, basically main menu, and we can play the game one more time, and it's pretty much fine. So we're gonna do this. And before I jump into this tutorial, I especially want to thanks from YouTube membership for this month, Yusuf Soltavis, from YouTube membership, and from Patreon membership. I want to thanks Norbert and Jaiski. If I'm just mispronouncing your name, I really apologize for that. And I also want to thanks Bernie. Sorry, I'm really apologize. I'm gonna give in the description the credits as well, so just check them out. And without furthering delay, we can jump right into this topic. And before we jump, let's play one more time. Let's collect this. And if you want to get the source code of this game, and this game usually, you can check out my Patreon page, as well as you can take membership. You can check the membership benefits. If you take, you can, what you can expect from me, you can see on YouTube membership page, as well as Patreon page. You can take a membership, and with that membership, lot of benefits you can unlock. So we can just die, and we can die, and that's it. So without furthering delay, let's dive into this complete tutorial. Use Cinemachine camera instead of main camera. To do so, what we have to do, we need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says package manager. So just choose package manager, and select from my assets to Unity registry right over here, and you're gonna get Cinemachine right there. So it's gonna take a few moments depending upon your internet connection, so just wait a little bit. And once it's done, we need to install our Cinemachine, because Cinemachine doesn't come with Unity editor or Unity game engine. We need to install separately. So if I just scroll down, we can see Cinemachine right over here, and I already have installed it. So what you have to do, select the Cinemachine. In the right section, you just gonna see a install button, so click right there. So then Cinemachine just gonna install in your project. So I already have installed it, so I'm gonna cut this step now. And to create a cinemachine camera, what we have to do, we need to go over to hierarchy, right click, then or hit this plus icon. You can see cinemachine in the bottom and choose this 2D camera. And what we have to do, it's created our 2D camera. Now what we have to do, select the virtual camera. I'm gonna select that, drag it in top of my hierarchy so I can see that. Go over to inspector, and you can see cinemachine virtual camera component right over here. So into follow, it says none transform. So what we have to do, we need to drag our player game object right over here. So cinemachine camera just gonna follow our camera. And if we just take a look on this main camera, in main camera we can see a cinemachine brain just added up right away once we created this camera, virtual camera. Basically cinemachine brain component right over here gets attached to give instruction to this main camera what actually need to do. So main camera just gonna follow the instruction of our virtual camera. So that's why this cinemachine brain just added up to main camera to give instruction to our main camera. So now we're gonna select our virtual camera. Let's select this player and drag it over to this follow right there. And now it's indeed our following our you can say player game object. And if I just click on this play button in the top, by now we should able to see our camera just gonna follow our player game object wherever player goes. So if we just try to move left and right, we can see indeed our main camera just following our player game object. So uh, I'm gonna kill this enemy and let's collect this coin. We have the key right over here. We're gonna add some stops right over here to make the game a little more difficult. So I'm gonna go there. I hope you get the idea, and we're gonna do some settings right over here in play mode. So whatever you do in play mode, it's not gonna save. Make sure you just out of play mode and then you just change those things, or you can just copy in play mode, and after that once you out from play mode you can just paste those values. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna select this virtual camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, cinemachine virtual camera, then scroll down. You can play around with this field of view, lens vertical field of view you can say. So we can just zoom in or zoom out. I'm gonna leave with 65. So make sure this number, or how you can just copy this value, you have to right click on this cinemachine virtual camera component, or you can just click in these three dots in the right, just click there, and you can click over copy component, and it's gonna copy the component. So I'm gonna go over to this body, so just click right there, and we have so many settings right here. So firstly I'm gonna go with depth zone width. So if I just increase this number, you're gonna see, if you take a closer look, a line, two lines you can see. So in this area, our main camera not gonna follow our player game object, but once the player game object out from this line, then the main camera just gonna follow our player game object. Let me show you. So if I just move left and right in this area, we can see indeed our player main camera just not following our player game object, but once we out in this area, we can see main camera is following. So this is the dead zone width in the X. So you can just play around with this number. So I'm gonna choose something like 0.1. You can play around with as well with one or the height. So I'm not gonna do, instead I'm gonna leave the has dead zone with height to 0, and you can play around with this number. So I'm gonna scale this 0. So we can see in the game tab in the top over here is scale. So you can scale down or scale up. So I'm gonna scale down, and we can play around with soft zone width as well. So this is, if you just drag it all the way to 0, the camera just gonna follow our player game object. By now rigidly, you can see rigidly it's just following our player game object, but in the Y it's just following smoothly. So this soft zone width, I'm gonna leave with something like 0.8, and you can play around with the Y as well. and we have a screen X. So if I just drag this to the left side, we can see so much to the right side. So this is called our screen X. So I hope you get the idea. So we can just do this thing, but I'm gonna set to 0.5. You can play around with this stamping as well, look ahead time and all of these things. So if I just increase this time, we can see, so it just getting back, we can see it just getting back to normal position. You can play around with this. So I'm gonna set back to 0. Just play around with this value and you will get hang of it. So I'm gonna copy this number. Basically whatever I have done, I just want to save it. So we are in play mode. As you can see, we playing the game, so it's not gonna save once we are out of from our play mode. So we need to copy this number. So to do so, you can just note down the number. So I have only changed in the dead zone width. So I'm gonna set the dead zone with something around 0.1. So this will be a field. In this field, camera will not follow our you can say player game object. So this is the only thing I just want to need. So what I can do, I can just copy this number, or I can remember this number, and once we out from play mode, we can paste the number once again. But instead of doing this, it's pretty much to do. You can just go over to that component, right click on it, and then click on copy component. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. To get out of, firstly I'm gonna collapse this one body. So let's click right over here to collapse it, and let's get out of play mode. And we are out of play mode. And if we now select this virtual camera from the hierarchy, and then go over to inspector, cinemachine virtual camera, then body, click right over here, we are not able to see that soft zone with it's sorry, dead zone with in the 0. Basically it's not saved. So what we have to do, we need to paste the number. So I'm gonna paste the values which we have copied from this cinemachine virtual camera. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click and then paste component values. So I'm gonna paste. As soon as we just paste, sorry, as a new I have to do it. Sorry, we getting a problem. But what we can do, we can just put the number right away, right over here, which is 0.1. You can just do that. You can just right click over here, I guess. So you have to copy the number basically. So I'm gonna collapse it at once. And now if we just click on this play button, we should able to see our player game object in this dead zone wind. Basically it's just gonna move around this little area. So man camera not gonna follow, but once this player is out from that area, we can see player is moving in this area, or this you can say this position. But once we are out from this position, our main camera is following our player game object accurately. I hope you get the idea, and you are thinking of the parallax effect, how it's have done. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. And to make the parallax effect, what you need to do, you need to go over to hierarchy and select this main camera right over here in the hierarchy. Then move to inspector, then go to camera section right over here. And projection, you can see it will be selected orthographic. So what you have to do, you need to select this perspective. And after selecting this perspective, you have to do so I have the backgrounds right over here. Select the backgrounds and go over to scene view right over here. In the top you can see 2D right over here. So just click on that and hold down alt on your keyboard, so you can just move around. So I just drag it this background or the sky, blue sky. I just if we select that, I just move in the Z axis in the 10. If we just move to inspector, we can see in the text we just moved something like 10. And I have selected the middle widget. This is, if you just take any background far from your player game object or from this main camera, it will move slowly as compared to the close one. So close one, our this green you can say. So I just drag it close to our player game object, or you can say close to our main camera. So that's why it's gonna move a little bit fast compared to the, you can say, compared to the far one. And once you done, you can arrange this value. So I just drag it around, something like, I'm gonna drag it 5 in the x, sorry, in the z. You can just drag it a little bit up, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna select this screen bg and let's drag it a little bit down, and you can just move this in the z. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around 3 in the Z in the inspector. And once you done or fine, click on this 2D in the top right over here in scene view. So it's gonna be in 2D. And once you done, you can just play your game. So I'm gonna click on this play, hit this play button to play my game. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we're gonna see, able to see our parallax effect. And indeed we are able to see parallax effect. So the further we can see the sky bg, which is far from our player game object or main camera. It's just slowly moving as compared to the middle one as well as the close one we can see. That is the parallax effects. I hope you get the idea. And we also need to include the camera shake animation, camera shake basically. Once we kill those enemy, we're gonna have some traps. We will add up camera shake as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. And to save your project, what you have to do, you can just hit Ctrl S to save your project, or you can just go to top left file and then click on this save, or Ctrl S. So it's gonna save your project right away. So I'm gonna go to top left file and click on save. So it's gonna save my project right away. Let's shake our camera. To shake our camera, what we have to do, we need to select the virtual camera in the hierarchy. So select that and go over to inspector, CINEMACHINE virtual camera. And if you just move over to noise, and it says none. So if I just click on this play button in the top and just change some settings right over here, let me show you how you can just do it. So just wait for to play the game. So our game is playing now. If we just move over to inspect, firstly select virtual camera in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, then move to CINEMACHINE virtual camera, and we can see a noise right over here in the bottom. So click right there and choose basic multi-channel Berlin, and it says noise profile. So what we have to do right over here, we need to select 66, and after selecting, we can see right after selecting 66, we can see that our camera is shaking now. And we can play around with this amplitude gain. So if I just set it to something like 3, we can see that our main camera, sorry, our camera is now shaking more intensely. And we can play around with this frequency gain as well. So if I just increase, we can see the intensity or the shaking impact. So I'm gonna set back to 1. And if we just get out of play mode, before I do, if we set this amplitude gain to 0, we can see camera stops shaking. So we need to set this amplitude gain, this value to something like 1 or something like 2. If we set it to 2, we can see our camera indeed shaking. And we're gonna set back this amplitude gain to something like back to 0, so it's not gonna shake. So for a little time we will set this amplitude gain to some unit, and then after doing some time, we're gonna set this amplitude gain to 0 one more time, so our camera will stop shaking. And we're doing inside play mode, so make sure you are out of play mode, so whatever we have done over here, it will not be saved. So we need to do outside our play mode. So let's get outside our play mode. So I'm gonna hit this play button to get out of it. And now we are outside of the play mode. Basically we just get off from play mode, and we have to do the setting one more time. So select the virtual camera, go over to inspector, CINEMACHINE virtual camera, and then move to down, and basically scroll down. You can see noise and it says none. So just click and select this basic multi-channel Berlin, and this noise profile we're going to choose 66, and by default we will set this amplitude gain to 0. Why? So it's not going to shake right after the game start, and we're going to set this value through our script, something with some unit you can say. And frequency again I'm gonna increase a little, something like 2, and let's create a script for this to shake our camera. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and create a script folder by right clicking on assets. Right click on assets, then create folder, and name that folder to something like scripts. I already have it over here, so I'm gonna go to this folder. Let's right click, create as usual script, and name it to something like camera shake. I already have created and I have it over here. So what I'm gonna do, you can create an empty game object, you can say, for camera shake. So or what else you can do, you can attach this camera shake script to any game object of your hierarchy. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this virtual camera. Let's select that and select this script, drag it over to add component section in inspector. But you can just create an empty game object by right clicking or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object and name that game object to something like camera shake, and then you can drag that this script to that game object. So I already have attached this script to this virtual camera, so I'm gonna open that up. So let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So by default we can see start and update function. You can ignore this fixed update, you don't need. So to before we use, so what we have to do, if we just move over to Unity, we need a reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera. Then we can go over to this basic multi-channel plugin, and by this we're gonna access this amplitude gain, and then we will set you to some unit so we can just take our camera. So we need a reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera, then we can set that up. To do so, let's go to script now, and to use, I'm gonna remove this two namespaces in the top, from the top. Instead we're gonna use this using, so just wait. So we have to use we need to include this namespace. It's called using Cinemachine. Make sure you just include and close that up with semicolon. Basically this namespace right over here allow us to use Cinemachine components. So if we move to Unity and want to use this basic multi-channel plugin, then we have to use this using Cinemachine namespace in the top. Make sure you just include that. And what we have to do, we need to grab the reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera. Then we will move to this basic multi-channel plugin, and by this basic multi-channel plugin we will set the amplitude gain with some unit, so our camera just gonna shake right away. So let's go to script now. So let's go to top of our class because we need to grab the reference fast. So we can make a public something like that is a Cinemachine. So we need a reference Cinemachine virtual camera, so that's why we have to type right over here Cinemachine virtual camera, and we can call this one something like vcam, or you can call whatever you like. So I'm gonna call it something like vcam or virtual camera shortly, and close that up with semicolon. Instead of making this one public, we can make this one serialized field. So if we need to make these square brackets, and into this square bracket we need to pass this serialized field. Basically serialized field are same as like public. We can still see the field underneath our, if we underneath our this camera shake script over here, we still can see. But the problem with serialized field is that you cannot access this field or this variable or container through another script. Let me show you. So if we just move over to this anime script and then just move somewhere around here, and I'm gonna use this find object of type, and into arrows we have to pass the script name, and the script we're looking for is camera shake, and make this first bracket. And now if I try to access by dot, we cannot see the vcam right over here, as you can see. So making serialized field that we can see inspector right underneath our script, but we cannot access that field with another script, like over here we cannot able to see that. If I just type dot, and we cannot see the vcam field right over here. So that is the thing. So I'm gonna remove this. I hope you get the idea what is a serialized field. So I'm gonna go to that script one more time. And firstly we need the reference, so make sure Control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So underneath our camera shake script, a CineMachine or virtual camera fill or VCam shortly we typed just gonna pops up. So what we have to do, we need to drag the CineMachine virtual camera right there. So we're gonna have the reference, and after having the reference we can set the value by going over to basic multi-channel purlin. So just wait a little. Once it's done, we need to drag this CineMachine. And as you can see, we indeed able to see VCam, and it says none CineMachine virtual camera. So what we have to do, basically this one is empty. So let's take this CineMachine virtual camera, take this and drag it right over there. Now we have this virtual camera as we can see. So if I just click on this to expand it, and we can see basic. So now what we have to do, we need to go over to this basic multi-channel purlin, then we can set the value. So let's make a function for that. So let's go to script now. So I'm gonna go and I will make a something a shake function, and that shake function just gonna shake our camera. So we're gonna make a public that will be void for function, and make sure you just make this public because we want to call this function another class or script, something like once we attack on this enemy game object or this enemy game object attack on our player game object, then we're gonna call this function, and this function just gonna shake our camera. So that's why we're gonna call this function something like shake. So let's call it shake and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we need to get this basic multi-channel purlin. So we have the reference of this CineMachine virtual camera, we do know. So by different reference we can go over to this basic multi-channel purlin. Before we do that, let's create a variable to just keep track of or how much with time we want to shake, or the time we want to shake our camera. So we're gonna go to top of our class right over here. We're gonna make a private field, and it doesn't need to be public. We can make this one private, and that is a float. Float you that will be float, and we can call something like shake time. So let's call this one shake time and close that off with semicolon. So we just made this field shake time, and this field or this shake time right over here just gonna keep track when just to keep track with how much time we want to shake, something like 0.1 second. We just 0.1 second you can say we want to shake our camera, or something like for 1 second we want to shake. So it just gonna keep track how much time we want to shake our camera with we want to shake our camera. So now let's go over to here, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the component. So firstly we will go to vcam dot we have to use, instead of using this get component, we need to use this get CineMachine component. Make sure you just using that. So we're gonna use pcam dot get CineMachine component, and the component make this arrows, and the component we're looking for is a basic multi-channel purlin. So we're gonna pass or right over here CineMachine basic multi-channel purlin. So make sure you just do that and make this first brackets and close that up with some semicolon. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna store this basic multi-channel purlin, basically this component, into a another basic multi-channel component, or you can say in a container. So we can call that will be CineMachine, sorry, that will be CineMachine basic multi-channel purlin, and we can call this one to something like purlin, and let's set equal to this. So what we're doing right over here, we just going over to vcam, and then we just getting the CineMachine component we're looking for is a CineMachine basic multi-channel purlin. Basically if we move to Unity, we're just going over to this CineMachine virtual camera you can say, and then we're taking accessing this basic multi-channel purlin, and we storing this basic multi-channel purlin into this purlin container or purlin variable, as you can see, which is CineMachine basic multi-channel purlin type container or variable. And now we stored this basic multi-channel purlin into this purlin Now we can just go over to this Berlin and can access this. So if we just go to noise, just so if we click right over here, we can now access this amplitude gain by now. So to do so, let's go to script and let's go to next line. So we will go to Berlin dot, we can access the amplitude gain as you can see, as well as we can access this frequency right over here, which is frequency gain. So we can type right frequency, we can see it right over here, but we want to access this one instead. So let's set equal to some unit. So we're gonna set to some unit, or we wish like to, you can set to any number you like, something like I'm gonna set it to something 3f, or let's suppose we're gonna set 2.5f and close that up with semicolon. But instead of setting right over here, I'm gonna give an argument, because for different let's suppose if we attack on our this enemy game object, so I want to shake is a small, you can say, with a small number. But once this player game object or this enemy game object get totally destroyed or die, at that moment I want to shake my camera with large number or more intensely, you can say. So that's why I'm not gonna give a default value. Instead we're gonna give an argument right over here. So what we can do, we can go over to this function and this bracket, and we can give arguments right over here, and we can change those arguments whenever we call this function with any number we like. So once the enemy game object destroy, we're gonna give a bigger number, and once we attack on our enemy game object, or enemy game object attack on our player game object, then we're gonna keep a little number. So the camera just gonna shake a with just little instant, and once the enemy game object died, it's gonna our camera just gonna shake with more intensely. That is the thing. So we're gonna give a float argument, float, and we can call this one intensity. And over here, instead of setting it default number, we're gonna pass intensity, and as an intensity we can choose any number we like once we call this function. And what this function will do, it's gonna shake our camera. And intensity, we can choose any number we like. So if we something like give a 4, so our camera just gonna shake a more intensely. And if we give a number something like 2f, it's gonna shake our camera a little with a little intense. And also we're gonna give a so we can just replace this number any number we like whenever we're gonna call this function. And we're gonna give a second argument or second parameter to just you can say the time, how much time we want to shake our camera. So that's why we're gonna type comma, and second argument we're gonna pass, that will be as well float, and we can call this one something like shaking time, or we can call shake time. So let's call it shake time, or shaking time. Let's call it shaking time, shaking time. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna so we will set this shake time right over here equal to this shaking time. So we will set shake time equal to shaking time, shaking time, and sorry, not shake time exactly, shaking time, and close that up with semicolon. So we pass as a second argument this float shaking time to just to keep track of how much with time we want to shake our camera, or you can call this one instead duration. So let's call it duration instead, duration. And I'm gonna set this shake time equal to duration of the duration of, you can say, shaking of our camera. So shake time, so let's suppose as a duration right over here, we replace this duration with something like 0.1 second, 0.1 second. So this right over here gonna be 0.1. So the shake time right over here gonna be 0.1 as well. Why? Because whenever we calling this function, we setting shake time equal to duration, and duration, let's we assume it that we pass 0.1. So that's why this over here just gonna be 0.1 right away, to just keep track of how much time we want to shake our camera, or you can say simply the duration. and now we have to call this function, and this function just gonna shake our camera with this much of intensity, as you can see. So let's call it for testing purposes. I'm gonna call when I click my left mouse button. So I'm gonna go over to this update function. Let's do it right over here. So I'm gonna pass if input dot get mouse button down, and the button I'm looking for. So if you pass 0, 0 basically means the left mouse button, and if you pass 1, instead it's gonna be the right mouse button. I'm gonna check for the left mouse button, so that's why I'm gonna pass 0 and make this curly brackets. You can call it anywhere you want, and I'm gonna call this shake function, and this shake function just gonna shake our camera with this much of intensity. So let's call the shake function shake, and we do know for, as a first argument, it's gonna take the intensity, how much intensely you want to shake your camera. So let's for checking, I'm gonna pass something like 3f right now, and the second argument, it's gonna take the duration or the time you want to shake with, how much time you want to shake with your you want to shake your camera. So I'm gonna pass for now for testing purposes something like 0.1 second, you can say, 0.1 second or 0.1 f, and now close that up with semicolon and Control S to save your code, and now move over to Unity. So whenever we click our left mouse button, we calling this shake function, and what shake function is doing, it's just going over to that, we just taking that Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin. Basically we going over to that component section, and we setting the amplitude gain to this much of intensity, and as an intensity we pass 3f. So with 3 unit intensity, it's gonna shake our camera for this much of time. And Control S to save your code, and now let's head over to Unity. Make sure you just press down Control S to save your code, and now go to Unity, and we are ready to do that. So make sure you just go to inspector, firstly select the virtual camera in hierarchy, then go over to inspector, Cinemachine virtual camera, then noise, and set this amplitude gain to 0. So right after the game start, our camera not gonna shake right away, so that is the thing. So by default set it to 0, and if we just click on this play button, and we just setting this amplitude gain right there with 3 units, so our camera just gonna shake whenever we click the mouse button left. It's gonna, this number right over here just gonna be 3. So if I just click left mouse button, we can see indeed our camera is shaking, and amplitude gain we can see in inspector, which is 3 right over here. But the problem is that camera is shaking forever, so we need to stop doing that. So we just have to shake with for this much of time, and after this much of time, we what we want to do, we want to stop shaking. Basically what we have to do, if we go to inspector, Cinemachine virtual camera, and set back this amplitude gain to something 0, we can see our camera just gets stop shaking right away. So what we have to do, we need to set this amplitude gain to 0, but when we should after that much of time. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we also need to set back this amplitude gain to 0. So I'm gonna go to script. So we created a variable shake time, as you can see, and this variable just to keep track of how much time we want to shaking for. So that's why we created this variable to just shake, or to check the shake is over or not, if this time is over, or we just basically let me explain. So I'm gonna go over to this update function. So let's go right over here, and I'm gonna check right over here if shake time if is greater than 0f. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make some curly brackets, but when this shake time right over here gonna be greater than 0f. So once we call this shake function, then what we're doing, we're setting this shake time equal to duration, and duration over here, as you can see, we just pass 0.1. So basically this one right over here is 0.1. So that's why this shake time just gonna be 0.1 right away, and we do know that we checking right over here if shake time is greater than 0, and we do know shake time is now 0.1 and 0.1 is greater than 0 if. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna subtract from this shake time until and unless it is 0. So we're gonna do shake time, and we will set we will subtract, so minus equal time dot delta time, and close that up with semicolon. So we're doing inside update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So every single frame we just subtracting from this shake time with this time dot delta time, or a change in frame rate we just subtracting. So somehow this shake time right over here gonna hit 0, 0, or it's gonna go over below to 0, because every single frame we just subtracting, we can see whenever shake time is greater than 0f. So we do know once we call this shake function, this shake time right over here gonna be 0.1, and we do know that 0.1 is greater than 0f. So that's what we're doing in that situation. We subtracting from our shake time with this time dot delta time. So shake time right over here somehow at some point it's just gonna hit 0. So when it hits 0, what we're gonna do? We're gonna set this amplitude gain. So if we go to Unity and inspector, then Cinemachine virtual camera, we're gonna set back this amplitude gain to 0, and we do know once we set this one back to 0, our camera will stop shaking. So let's go to strip now. So we're gonna check right over here. So if shake time is lesser than or equal to 0f right now, so make some curly brackets. What we gonna do? Firstly, we need to go over to, or we need to get this component which is basic multi-channel, and then we can access this value. So we're gonna copy this line of code right over here. So Control C for copy it, and let's paste it in between these curly brackets by Control V. So what we doing, let me explain one more time. So if shake time is lesser than or equal to 0, so we just going over to that we can get Cinemachine component. Basically we just going over to this virtual camera, Cinemachine virtual camera, and we getting this basic multi-channel Perlin component, and we storing this Perlin or basic multi-channel Perlin component into this Perlin variable. As you can see, Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin container, or this Perlin container, and then we go accessing that amplitude gain, basically this one. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set that to 0f instead of intensity. So we're gonna set it to 0f, and we do know once we set it to 0f, it's gonna camera will stop shaking, and it's going to depend upon the duration. If we choose a bigger number instead of 0.1, something like 1 second, so the camera will shake for 1 second. So 1 second, because we're subtracting right over here. So if we choose right over here 1 second, so this right over here gonna be 1, and we do know 1 is greater than 0, so that we subtracting, so it's gonna take 1 second to subtract all of it. And once it shake time hits 0 or becomes lesser than or equal to 0, well, then we setting back amplitude gain to 0. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So that amount of time, basically this amount of time, our camera just gonna shake, and after this amount of time our camera just gonna stop shaking right away. So let's have a look on it. So now if we click on this play button in the top, by now we should able to see that and if we just click left mouse button, we can see our camera just shakes, and it shakes for 4.1 second, you can say. And after that amount of time the camera stops shaking. So to see that, we can go over to inspector, select the virtual camera in the hierarchy, then go move over to inspector, Cinemachine virtual camera, and click on this noise right over here. We can see the amplitude gain field right over here. So if I just click left mouse button, we can see it's just set back to 3, and it's get back to 0 one more time. So whenever we goes to click left mouse button, amplitude becomes 3, and after 0.1 second this one became 0, we can see in the inspector. And guess you get the idea that how you can shake your camera. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. So what you can do, you can call this shake function wherever you want. Something like once we attack on this player game object, sorry, enemy game object, at that moment, or once this enemy game object or this player game object takes damage, at that moment we can call this shake function, and the shake function just gonna shake our camera right away. Right away. This is the thing. I hope you get the idea of this. Once we click the left mouse button, we don't want to shake our camera. Instead, we want to shake the camera once this player game object or this enemy game object takes damage or attack each other, and once this player enemy game object or this player game object totally dies or get destroyed, at that moment we want to shake our camera. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna open up the player script, basically where we taking damage. We will go over to that. So let's select this player game object in hierarchy. Let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we just taking damage right over here. So this function right over here is responsible for taking damage. So what we have to do right over here, we need to call the shake function in so if we go to camera shake script or class, we need to call this shake function right there. So what are we gonna do, we're gonna go over to player script. So we can use this find object of type, and into arrows we can fit the script name or the class name, but it is fairly taxing. So instead of using this, we're gonna use singleton pattern. To use that, what we have to do, we need to move over to that camera shake script where we want to create or which class we want to create with. So we're going to create in this camera shake class, you can say. So we will go to top of our class, and what we will do, we're going to make a public static. So make sure you just making this public so we can access from another class as well, and that will be static. Basically, what does it mean, we can just directly go to this, we can just type the script name, which is camera sec, and we can use that dot to access any variable or any function we can. So that's why we using this static, so it's gonna allow us to do that thing. And we have to type the same name, the which is camera shake, sorry, camera shake, and we can call this something like instance, and close that up with some semicolon. So we just created a variable as the same name of the script, which is camera shake. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna use a awake function for that. So let's go right over here. So we have to use this awake function. So awake function right over here as same as start function. So this awake function get called when the game start, and it just call one time as like start function. On the only difference is that this awake function calls right before this start function get calls, and it just get called at once. So in the start of the game, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set instant equal to this, instant equal to this, and close, sorry, instant equal to this, and close that up with some semicolon. So we will storing, basically what we doing, we storing all of this start function, this shake function, and this parameters into this instant. So what we can do, we can just use this camera shake. So we can type the script name, which is camera shake, then we can use dot this instant. So we can go over to this instant, and by this instant we can access this shake function, or basically we can call this shake function as well as whatever we want to access from this class. So that is the thing, and we need to check that we have only one instance, or you can say only one script. So if we move to Unity, in this level scene, we can say over in hierarchy or in this scene view or in this game, we only want to have one camera shake script. We're not gonna have multiple, or we don't want to have multiple camera shake script or class, or you can say this instance. We only want to have one. So we need to check before we set instant equal to this, we need to check if we have already one, then what we have to do, we should not set instant equal to this. Instead what we have to do, we need to destroy this one, because we want that one and we have to destroy this one. So we will check right over here, if instance equals to null, then we're gonna set, so make this curly brackets, then we will set instant equal to this, so control X for cut and control V for paste. Else instant is not equal to null, means this camera shake script or this class, you can say, in this level or in this scene already exists. So at that moment what we have to do, we need to delete or destroy this script or this camera shake. Basically we don't want to have something like 2 or 3 camera shake script or class or instant in this scene or in this level. So that's why we're gonna destroy. So if instant is equals to null, then we're setting instant equal to this. But if we have more than one, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna destroy. So that's why we're gonna type this destroy, and destroy function over here gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So we want to destroy this script or this class itself. So that's why we're gonna pass this, or we can just pass this. It's basically referencing itself, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now move to Unity. And what we're gonna do, sorry, we're not doing, so we have to move over to Unity, and we can use and we can collapse this as well. To collapse this as well, what we can do, we can use this hashtag, and we can call this something like region, and you can call the region whatever you want to. So I'm gonna call it something like Singleton, and we can also create a end region. So I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. So end region, we can do end region. Now what we get, we can collapse this all this line of code. Right now we can collapse it at once by right clicking, clicking over here, and we can always see that this one using a singleton, and to expand it we can just click on this plus, so we can get expand field. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code and move to Unity. And now what we have to do, we have to call that this shake function by going over to this instant. Firstly we need to type the script name or the class name, which is camera shake, and then we can use dot to access this instant. We can use one more dot in dot instance than dot to access this function or whatever we want to access. So let's go to script now, Unity, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to take damage. So over here we have to shake our camera, so that's why we're gonna call the function right over here, that shake function. So we're gonna type the camera shake script name or the class, and now we can use this dot to access. So we're gonna access that instant dot. We can use dot to access that function or to call that function, which is shake. So we're gonna type the shake function, or type the name of the function and make this first bracket. So first thing, it's gonna take the instant intensity, means how much intense you just want to shake your camera. So I'm gonna pass something around 3f, something like that, and the duration you can choose. So I'm gonna choose something like 0.1 4f, something like that, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. Basically we're storing all of the properties of this class. If we go to camera shake script or class, we're storing all of these properties or things into this instance variable, and then we just going over to this instant or this singleton, you can say, to access this function or to call this function. And now let's go to Unity, and I'm gonna clear the console, and let's click on this play button. Whenever we take damage, we should hope that our camera just gonna shake right away. Why? Because we're calling that shake function, and we do know what shake function is doing. So I'm gonna clear. So let's take damage, and if I just take damage, let's get closer. As you can see, indeed camera is shaking whenever we taking damage from enemy, and we can attack. So what we have to do, I'm gonna get out of play mode, so let's click on this, and we want to shake as well once this player game object as well as this enemy game object dies. at that moment we also want to shake our camera. So let's go to script now, and I'm gonna move to camera shake script. Basically over here, whenever I'm just clicking left mouse button, I'm calling the shake function, and shake function just shaking our camera. So I'm gonna remove these things. I don't want to shake whenever I click the left mouse button, so that's why I just removed that. Instead, what are we gonna do? Make sure you just press down Control S to save your code, and I'm gonna remove this start function as well. Control S for saving your code. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to anime script. Basically go to Unity and open up the anime script and see where enemy is taking damage. At that moment you can call that shake function, and we created singleton pattern to just access that function easily by not using find object of type, which is fairly taxing. So that's why we used a singleton pattern to make it even more easier. So I'm going to select this enemy game object. So I'm gonna go to hierarchy in stuff. So if we just click right over here, I have this enemy. So I'm gonna select this enemy. Let's select this move tool right from here, and let's select this enemy, and let's open up the enemy script by double clicking on it and see the function where we're taking. So over here, so let's go there. So we're gonna go to camera shake class, and we're gonna use this dot to access. Let's go to instant, and then we're gonna access the shake function. So let's access shake, and so firstly it's gonna take the intensity, or how much intensely you want to shake your camera. So I'm gonna do something around 3f, and the duration I want 0.414f, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna copy this line of code by Control C, because I want to call this function or this shake function as well as once the once the enemy game object dies. An enemy game object dying over here we can see. So we're gonna do it over here. Basically we want to call that shake function right over here as well. So I'm gonna paste it by Control V, and for now this intensity I want a little bit a big amount, or I just want more intense. Why? Because enemy game object dying over here, so that's why I just want a little more intense shaking. So that's why I'm gonna choose something around 5f, and the duration I want a little bit, so I'm gonna do somewhere 0.2. And we're gonna do the same thing with our player script or with our player game object as well, where player is dying. So make sure Control S to save your code, and I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's move over to player script, basically where player is dying. So if we go to over here, player is dying here, so we can just paste by Control V and Control S to save your code. Basically we just going over to that camera shake script, and then just accessing this instant, and by this instant we just accessing this shake function, or just calling this shake function. And we do know what shake function is really doing. It's just shaking our camera with this much of intensity and this much of duration. So go to player, Control S to save your code, and now move over to Unity. We hope it's gonna work fine. So once the player or enemy game object dies, at that moment we're just shaking our camera more intensely. Let's have a look on that. I'm gonna click on this play button in the top by now, and let's have a look. Let's I'm gonna clear the console now. Let's go to that game enemy, and as you can see, indeed camera is shaking, but once the enemy game object dies it shakes more intensely. And even if this player game object dies now, it should shake, and indeed it's shaking. I hope you get the idea that how you can just use singleton pattern to call any function from any class you want, or any property you just want to access by using singleton pattern. So I'm gonna get out of play mode right now. What I want to do, I'm gonna add a something over here, it drops, and it's gonna just hit in this ground. To do so, I'm gonna move over to project tab, then assets, and then I will go to my sprites folder. Over there I will give a link in the description. Basically, go to google.com and then go over to these assets and find by typing right over here traps in itch.io. I will give a link in the description. You can go ahead and check that and click on this free in the left bar. You can see, so just click there, and you, so this one I am using, so just click on that. Click on that and click on this download button, and make sure if you wish you can give some amount, and also give credits and leave a comment to this creator, so it would be nice. So in the bottom you can just give a comment like as I did over here. You can give, and also you can donate some amount if you wish. And so I'm gonna click on no thanks, or just take me to the download page. So I'm gonna click on no thanks, but it's totally up to you. If you wish, you can give some amount or you can donate some amount. So make sure you just do that if you like. And once and then click on no thanks if you don't want, and then download the bottom one, which says Fozul 2D is 0007 pixel trap pack. So just this one, download this one, not the top one. So it will come up with all of the explosion effects. So just click on that download. I already have downloaded, I have it over here. So what you need to, so this is zip file, so you need to unzip. So right click on it and then click on extract all. Extract all, and then you can choose a path where you want to extract. So I'm gonna extract with download, so I already have extracted over here. So I'm gonna take that folder and drag it over to these assets. I'm not gonna do that because I already have done it. So I'm gonna close these tabs, and I have that folder over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see the ceiling trap. I have it over here, so let's select that. So over here let's select that, go over to inspector and click on sprite editor, and we can see this is our ceiling trap. I'm gonna choose the first one. First one seems pretty much cool, so I'm gonna select. So we can see there are multiple sprite, more than one, so we need to cut individually. So that's why we're going to choose sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit to choose something around 16. And if you take a closer look, it seems little bit blurry, so we're going to choose a point filter mode to point no filter, because this is an pixel art, that's why. And scroll down, click on this apply button, and we have to cut individually. Now to slice, in the sprite editor you can see slice in the left, top left, so just click on that and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. It has one row, and let's count the column, which is 3 6 9 and 9 12 13 15 14 15. So I guess 15 columns, not 15 exactly. We mistakes when we count it, we have done mistakes. So 3 6 9 9 10 11 12 13 14. So 14 columns, basically we have to put 14 columns, and we can see it's fine. And after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply right over here. And once you done, I'm gonna click on this game tab one more time to see the game, and go over to that spreadsheet, which one you split it individually. So just click on this arrow and you're gonna see individual sprite. So I'm gonna select the first one, so let's select that and drag it over to this scene view or in the hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it over to this scene view right over here, and I'm gonna move it. So it should be always behind of this ground. It should be always behind of this ground. So how we can assign that? So we're gonna assign, firstly I'm gonna remake. So firstly let's drag this top of my hierarchy so I can see that, and I'm gonna call this something like trap. We can call it sailing trap instead. Sailing trap, sailing trap. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna assign this ceiling trap as a ceiling trap layer, and then we're gonna take the ceiling trap layer and I'm gonna take it all the way behind. So it should be behind our ground layer or this ground. Simply to do so, let's go to inspector, sprite renderer, and then additional sorting layer. Just go there and click on this sorting layer, click on add sorting layer, and hit this plus icon, name the sorting layer what you want. So I'm gonna name it something around ceiling, or let's call it ceiling trap layer. And then what we will do, we will take this ceiling trap layer and we will drag it all the way behind. Basically it should be behind our this ground tile. So as you can see, I just drag it behind our ground tile. And now what we have to do, we need to assign this ceiling trap as a ceiling trap sorting layer. To do so, select the ceiling trap game object one more time in hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and sorting layer to choose ceiling trap layer. Now we assign it and we are ready to create the animation. So I'm going to select this move tool right over here and select the ceiling trap in the hierarchy, and let's move it somewhere around here, and that's pretty fine. And we need to make the animation. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and let's find the ceiling trap one more time. We have it over here. There is a pretty much fast way. Basically you can select all of the sprite sheet by holding down shift, not the individual one. Select all of them by clicking on this arrow, so it's gonna expand, and then select all of them by holding down shift and just move it over to this ceiling trap game object, sorry, again in hierarchy. And then we will go to assets, and in assets we already created a animation folder. If you haven't, just right click, then new folder, and name that folder to something like animation. I already have it, so I'm going to double click that to open it up, and we will also create a subfolder. I have the subfolder over here. What you can do, you can just right click and then new folder. Again, you can name that folder to something like traps animation. I have it over here, so I'm gonna open that up as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want. So this one is ceiling trap, so that's why I'm gonna name it to ceiling trap. And after doing all of these things, click on save button over here, and it's gonna create the animation right away. And to see the animation, we will go to animation tab right over here, and if you can find the animation tab, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and you can see animation and the shortcut key, which is control plus 6, as well as this animator tab. So we have it over here, animation. And now if we just click on this play button, we can see the animation is playing right away, and it's just playing. So what we will do, we will add some components to this ceiling trap basically. So somewhere we need to drag a little bit down to just match up the correct height, and this seems pretty fine now. Just select the ceiling trap and then this move tool and adjust this height, you can say. Just adjust it, it's gonna seem fine. And if we just click on this play button in animation tab, we can see the animation is just playing right away. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna add box collider for collision detection. So I'm gonna set this, and let's add let's add box collider. To do so, for collision detection, so if our player game object this player game object collide with this ceiling trap, then this player game object should die right away, and this player game object should spawn from here one more time, or we will create a point. From that point it should spawn right away once it's collide with this ceiling trap. So let's add component. To do so, select the ceiling trap and then go over to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add a component which is you can add any component you like. So I'm gonna add something like polygon collider 2D. Let's add that up, but it doesn't fit, and we can adjust the collider or simply we can just add a box collider instead. It's gonna be perfect. You can add polygon collider 2D and then click on this edit collider, so you can adjust the collider as the size of your ceiling trap game object or sprite. I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I will attach a box collider. So I'm gonna right click on this polygon collider and remove component. And let's click on add component one more time. And I'm gonna add a box collider 2D. And it seems the box collider just the size is too much, so we need to adjust as the size of our this ceiling trap. So let's click on this to expand and then click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our ceiling trap sprite. So I'm gonna edit the collider, so let's edit that. I hope you are able to see the collider. Sorry. So I'm gonna select the ceiling trap one more time and let's edit collider, and I'm gonna X offset, so this is same, and this one we need to drag it, so this one seems pretty fine. Let's drag it a little bit down size, and we have to adjust the Y as well, so let's drag it up. Now it's pretty fine, and we have to adjust, and make sure you just check this box says is trigger, or else this collider just gonna register our player to pass through, or you can just leave that as well. It's totally up to you, or you can just leave that. I'm gonna leave it. And what we have to do now, if we hit this play button in the animation tab, we cannot see our box collider. It's just staying at that point. Our box collider should go with this animation, or you can say this with ceiling trap, wherever the ceiling trap just hitting at that point, this box collider match up as well. We need to do that manually. So before we do, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this ceiling trap prefab. So make sure you just make that prefab basically means copy of that game object. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna select that ceiling trap in the hierarchy and drag it over to that prefab folder. Basically make a prefab folder in assets and drag it right there. Now we just drag it. I'm gonna clear the console, and what we have to do, we have to adjust our box collider. For now I'm gonna disable the background because it's saying basically we are not able to see the box collider properly, so that's why I'm gonna disable for now a little bit, a little moment or little time. So I'm going to select the backgrounds in the hierarchy, and let's go over to inspector, and I'm going to uncheck this box to just get off it, and we can see the box collider by now. If I select the ceiling trap, and we indeed able to see, and we have to adjust. So if we select the ceiling trap from the hierarchy and then choose this animation tab from here, we need to adjust. So if we somewhere around here, what are we gonna do, we're gonna make the animation. So you have to make sure you click on this red button to record your animation. So let's click right there, and we're gonna adjust this box collider. So we're gonna click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider. So I'm gonna drag it down somewhere around here, and let's drag this as well, and this would be pretty fine. And if we just click on this play button, we can see the box collider just going with this ceiling trap or hitting at that point, it's just going, but is this box collider is staying at that point. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pull it top one more time. So over here, I guess this would be perfect time. So let's pull it up one more time. So let's adjust the collider. Make sure you just click on this record button to capture or record your animation, or else it's not gonna work. And if we just click on this play button, we can see the box collider just going with our, you can say, about ceiling trap, and this seems pretty cool by now. I hope you get the idea. And we have to adjust a little bit, I guess. Yes, we need to adjust a little bit, so let's adjust. And this is pretty fine. We just need to adjust a little bit somewhere around here, so let's pull it down, and this seems pretty perfect, and this is pretty perfect. So if I just click on this play button, we can see the animation is playing over again and again, and the box collider 2D just resizing or just making the position with our sailing trap. Wherever the sailing trap just heading, it just going there and it just going up as well. I hope you get the idea, and once you are done with satisfied with your animation, you can just click on this record button one more time to capture the animation, or yeah, else you can just leave that, it's automatically gonna capture. But I'm gonna click on this record button to capture my animation, and it's now fine. And what we have to do, I'm gonna assign this sailing trap as a trap tag, so player can know what a player game object heading with. Firstly, I'm gonna check this is trigger to true. Basically, I'm just using a trigger on trigger inter 2D function, so that's why I'm just checking that. And I'm gonna assign this sailing trap as a trap tag. To do so, let's go over to inspector and then click on tag. Over here it says untag, so just click there and click on add tag. Hit this plus icon, name the tag what you want. I already have created a trap tag, I can see right over here, so I'm gonna select that sailing trap one more time, and let's go over to inspector tag. It says untag, so let's click on that, and I am gonna assign with trap. Now I assigned this trap as a trap tag, and make sure you just go to overrides, and if you see a apply all button, so just click on there. So whatever changes you made sailing trap in the hierarchy or in the scene view, it's gonna save into prefab of this sailing trap as well, the changes. And now I'm gonna move over to project tab, and let's have a look. So if I just click on this play button in the top by now, and right now you can just check the backgrounds, just select the backgrounds in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and check that box, so the background just gonna be active right away. For now I don't want to be active, and let's have a look. And so if I just kill this enemy, and we can see our player game object directly dies whenever just hit with this sailing trap. So if I just get out of play mode, why? So if we open up, if we select the player game object in the hierarchy and open up the player script, let's go to down. We using this on trigger inter 2D function. If you haven't include, then include this on trigger inter 2D function, then collider 2D. Basically this function right over here get called when we trigger with something, and we do know we just triggering with this sailing trap or this trap tag. We assigned this sailing trap as a trap a game object tag, you can see in the inspector right over here. So we're checking over here, so if we colliding with the trap, so other dot game object dot tag, basically whatever we collided with, we setting we checking if that collider is equals to have trap tag, and we do know that this ceiling trap has a tag trap tag. And what we're doing, we just calling the die function, and what die function is doing, it just destroying our player game object right away. As you can see, before it destroy, it just shaking our camera, then setting that game over active to be true. Basically that game over panel or that UI just getting active, and we also printing out a message before we die. It says this transform dot name plus diet, with this dot transform dot name basically referencing itself, and we accessing the name which is player. So player plus diet means player diet. And what we want to do, basically whenever this ceiling trap hits on this ground, in this ground, I want to shake my camera. So if we just select this ceiling trap in the hierarchy and then go over to animation tab and then play the animation, so somewhere around here I guess this gonna be perfect time to shake our camera. So we need to call the shake function right over here. We do know we made a shake function, and And what we have to do, we need to call that function right over here. So this is gonna be perfect time. And to call a function, what we have to do, if we go to animation tab, in animation tab we can see a over here a add event. So we can add an event. At that event, basically we can add a function as well. So if we just click on this and then go over to inspector, and it says no function. So basically what we have to do, if we select this ceiling track game object, I'm gonna attach the camera shake script to this ceiling trap as well. So if we just select this event and then go over to inspector, so I can call the function right over here, which is the shake function, and we do know what shake function is doing. So I'm gonna select the ceiling trap game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this add component, and the component I want to add the camera shake animation clip. So I'm gonna find that, and let's attach that. And this function right over here, as you can see, it says vcam and it says none. So we need to drag the virtual camera or cinemachine virtual camera right over here, and this one is totally empty. So I'm gonna select the virtual camera in the hierarchy. Let's select that and drag it right over here. Now we attach the script, and if we just move to animation tab and then this event and then go over to inspector, and it says no function. So just click on that, and it still says no function. So what we have to do, we need to select the ceiling trap and then go over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all. Before I just click on that, let me explain. If we just move over to project tab, then assets, and then prefab, and try to open up the ceiling trap prefab. So if we have it over here, and if we just double click on that, we cannot see the script or the camera shake we attach that script in the hierarchy. It is still not been attached in this prefab of this ceiling trap yet, as you can see. So what we have to do, we need to click on overrides and then apply all. So the changes we made into that hierarchy is gonna be saved into this ceiling trap game object prefab as well. And to go back to scene tab in the hierarchy, you can see the click arrow icon. So just click right there, you will get back to scene view. And now we're gonna select this ceiling trap and then go to inspector and then overrides. I'm really sorry, birds are just making noises. So I'm really sorry. Ceiling trap, then overrides, and then click on apply all. Then now if we just open up the ceiling trap from that prefab folder by double clicking, we can see the camera shake script now attached to the ceiling trap game object right now. And let's go back, and we just select this ceiling trap and then move over to animation tab, and then select this event, then go over to inspector. It says no function, still it says no function. We have done some mistake somewhere, I guess. We attach, so I'm gonna delete this add event. So I'm gonna go there, let's click on this add event, and then go over to inspector. It says no function. So basically we have to call the function right over here. We are not able to see the script basically. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create another script, and in that script we will shake our camera. To do so, firstly I'm gonna remove that as a script. So if you just attach the camera shake script, what you can do, just right click on that camera shake script. Firstly select the ceiling trap game object in the hierarchy, and then go over to inspector, then select the camera shake script, right click on it and remove component, and it's gonna remove right away. And let's create another script for to shake our camera. To do so, we will go to project tab, then assets, and then script, right click on a script, then create C# script and name it to something like trap. I already have created, I have it over here. So I'm gonna select the ceiling trap game object, and let's select that script and drag it over to add component section, and now double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we will do in this script, we're going to remove this start and update function, we don't need it, and also these two namespaces from the top. So let's remove that, and let's make a function to shake our camera. So we're gonna create a public void make sure you just making this public because we want to call through animation event. Basically, if we move to Unity and select this ceiling trap game object and then choose this animation tab, we want to call that function somewhere over here or through animation tab, as you can see. So that's why we need to make that function public. And for function we have to type void, and we can call it something like shake camera, shake camera, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, basically we will call out that shake function from this camera script. So firstly I'm gonna do this thing. So we will go to camera shake script or class, and we do know we just made a singleton or the a static camera shake instant or this variable. So we can just directly type the script name or the class name, which is camera shake, and by this instant and then going over to this instant we can access this shake function. And we do know what shake function is doing. It's just shaking our camera. So let's call the function right there. So let's go to trap class or script. So firstly we will go to camera shake script and dot, we're gonna access the instant, and then by that instance we're gonna call the function which is shake. So let's call the shake function, and this shake function as a first argument it will take the intensity or how much intensely you want to shake your camera. So I'm gonna shake it something around 2f, but comma, and the second thing, what we want, basically we're gonna create two variable for the shaking intensity as well as the duration. So let's make two variable top of our class. Let's make a serialized field. So let's make a serialized field, and if you type private right after this serialized field, still you will able to access this function, or you will able to see, sorry, not function, this variable underneath your this trap script, but you won't able to access this variable through another class or script, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like intensity. So I'm gonna call it intensity, and by default you can give any value. I'm gonna close that off with semicolon. Basically I want to adjust through inspector or underneath our my trouble script, so that's why I'm not gonna set any default value. And let's make a second variable for the duration. Let's make a serialized field private, and that will be float as well, and we can call this one something like duration. Let's call it duration and close that up with semicolon. As a first argument I'm going to pass intensity, and I'm going to choose intensity something like 4 underneath my traps script, or you can go with any value or any number you like. And I'm going to pass the duration. So let's pass the duration and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. We should able to see the function, this basically this trap script through animation event. Just wait, and we are able to see the intensity. So I'm going to choose something around 4, and for the duration let's choose 0.12, any number you like, and make sure you just go to overrides and then click all, apply all. So the changes you made right over here gonna be saved into prefab of this ceiling trap game object. So basically if we move to project tab, then prefabs, and open up that ceiling trap game object by double clicking on it, we can see the number as well, the 4 as we set in the inspector, basically in the hierarchy. By selecting that game object in the hierarchy, we can see the number it's saved. So that is the thing. So let's click on this arrow to go back. So go to hierarchy and this click on this arrow to go back. And if we just select this ceiling trap game object by now and then move over to this animation tab, so we have to call the function right over here. So I'm gonna select this one, let's delete that. And to call the function, we do know in the animation tab over here we can see add event. So we're gonna add a event right over here. So let's click on this add event, then go over to inspector, then click on no function, and we indeed able to see that trap script or that trap class. So let's go to trap script or trap class, then methods, basically function, and we can see the shake camera function as we created right there. So let's choose that. Basically we just calling this as shake camera function, and we do know what shake camera function is doing. It's just shaking our camera, or we just calling the shake function from this camera shake script or class, and that shake function just shaking our camera simply. And let's have a look. So now if we just click on this play button in the top right now, and let's have a look. Just wait. We should able to see whenever this ceiling trap hits the ground, it's shaking our camera, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea, and it's shaking our camera. So this seems pretty cool, and I'm gonna kill this enemy. So let's kill, and indeed we are done, and we can pass. So we don't have to collide with this, and if we collide, we can see we just dying. So if I just click on this retry, and we can kill this enemy, and we dying. Basically I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we have to slow down this hitting crown. To do so, we're gonna select this ceiling trap game object, and then select this animation tab, and we're gonna make some spaces between these. So first thing, make sure you just hit this record button to capture the animation. Let's select like this, and we're gonna move it over to somewhere around here. And if we now hit this play button, we can see it's going. So it's going over here, and then it's moving up. So at this moment we're gonna sorry, we will select this, and let's move it. And if we just click on this play button, we can see the animation, and I'm gonna make this somewhere around here, I guess. Or what we can do, basically let's we heading over here, and we just dragging up. So this will be, let's select this all of this animation, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here, and we're gonna leave the first frames, and let's select this one, and let's this function or this event, let's select that, and let's drag it over here. And if we just click on this play button now, we can see it's just uh, just hitting the ground at after some amount. So it's seems a little bit slow. We can just drag it, let's select like this, and let's move it a little bit, and we're gonna select this event, and let's drag it over here, and let's hit this play button one more time to see that. And this seems pretty fine, and so our player game object can have a little time to pass through this ceiling trap, you can say. So that's why we just make the animation like this. And if we, and once you done, click on this record button to capture, or you can just leave like that. It's automatically gonna capture your animation. So let's click on this play button by now in the top, and let's have a look. Just wait. And now if we collect this, and indeed we have a little time, so let's kill this enemy, and we have a little time to pass through. And okay, we died. We need to move a little bit fast. Let's kill this enemy first. Okay, we dying. So basically we need to adjust the collider. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's select the ceiling trap in the hierarchy, and we're gonna adjust the collider. So to do so, well, let's we just doing in here, I guess it's fine. Or what we can do, we can just let's select one more time, let's capture the animation, or let's arrange the animation. So select the ceiling trap game object in the hierarchy, and then move over to animation tab, and click on this record button to record your animation. And we're gonna move this a little bit farther now, and let's select this function, and let's move it over here, or this event you can say. And if we just click on this play button, we can see after a bit of time it's just hitting the ground, so player just gonna have a little time to pass through. And now once you done, let's click on this and let's have a play. So let's click on this play button in the top by now, and we're gonna have a little time. And also we need to adjust collider to this player game object as well to make it a little bit down, so player game object not gonna hit. And if I just kill this enemy and it's died, let's, and we still getting. The problem is that let's get out of play mode, and if we select this ceiling trap game object and then move to animation tab over here, you can see the collider is still not being. So we're gonna move or just gonna pull it a little bit farther away. To do so, let's click on this record button and over here, so let's pull it down. So we're gonna let's go over to inspector, then box collider, and let's click on this edit collider, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size. Basically we're gonna pull it down, and now I guess this would be pretty fine. And let's pull it down somewhere around here, so player gonna have time. And let's click, and let's, and now it's pretty fine. And let's select the player game object in the hierarchy and F to focus on it. And I'm gonna adjust the top of this player game object. So let's go to inspector, box collider, and let's click on this edit collider, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit down, the hat from the hat, this box collider, to just pass through. And now I guess it's pretty fine. And let's click on this play button by in the top to play our game. Later on we gonna introduce a floating number as well to make our you can say the game more cooler. So I'm gonna kill this enemy. I have little time, so let's, I don't know why it's killing our enemy game object. So if we just take a look, sorry, let's select the player game object and if to focus on it, or you can just select the ceiling trap if to focus on that. So we don't have, let's adjust the collider instead. So what we will do, we will adjust the collider. So let's go to inspector, select the ceiling trap game object in the hierarchy, then go to inspector, let's click on this box collider and then edit collider. I'm gonna pull it down somewhere around here, and that is pretty fine. And now if I just click on this play button, right now we should able to pass through. If it still resists, then we have to change some settings as well as do some things. Let's get, I'm gonna kill this enemy. It's got kill, still we just killing. So let's get out of play mode. So the bug resist because if we select the ceiling trap game object and then animation tab and then hit this play button, so we can see the box collider still just going down, and we do not just able to see that box this ceiling trap just staying over there, and we have time to pass through, but we don't see this box collider in the middle. Basically we have to pull it down, so the player game object not gonna trigger with that, and if we trigger and we dying, so that is the thing. So we need to pull it there, or should stay there until and unless this ceiling just goes down. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to somewhere around here and we're gonna pull it down at this time. So make sure you just click on this record button to capture the animation and go over to inspector, select that ceiling trap game object, and then go over to box collider 2D and then click on edit collider, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our sprite game object. So I'm gonna pull it down. So now if we just click on this play button, so somewhere around here we still getting that, I'm gonna pull it down. And now Now that's pretty fine, and it seems pretty fine. Now we have player have some time to pass through this ceiling trap game object by now. So once you are satisfied, click on this record button to capture the animation, and if we hit this play button by now, player game object have a little moment to pass through this ceiling trap. Right now let's have a look on it. Firstly, at this moment this should be gone by now, so let's check that. So I'm gonna pass through. Let's kill this enemy, and yes, we can pass through that ceiling trap by now because we have done the mistake right there. As you can see, the box collider is just staying right there until and unless the ceiling trap just getting or hits this ground, the box collider just going with it, and we have time to pass through, we can see, and that is the thing, and we can pass through, which is pretty much good. And I'm gonna get out of play mode by now. Whenever this player game object or this enemy game object dies, I want to show up explosion effect. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then assets, then sprites. I have some explosion sprite right underneath my sprites folder, so I'm gonna go there. So I have it over here. So let's select any of them. So I'm gonna select this one. Let's select that and then go over to inspector and click on sprite editor. You can see the sprite sheet, or I'm gonna choose another. Let's see how many we have right now at this moment. So I'm gonna select the perfect one. D. So this one seems pretty much cool for me. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to inspector because we have more than one sprite, so that's why we need to select sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16, and it seems blurry, so we to get rid of it we have to choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing all of these things, click on apply button in the bottom, and now it's applied, and we have to cut individually. So in the sprite editor top left we can see slice, so just click on that and select automatic to grade by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. It has 3 3 6 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, so 12 columns and one row. So let's put 12 columns and one row, and after doing that click on slice and then click on apply button right over here in the sprite editor, but sprite editor tab. And I'm gonna select the game tab one more time. And now what I'm gonna do, let's click on this sprite sheet. Basically go over to that sprite and click on this arrow. I'm gonna select the first one. Let's drag it over to scene view or into the hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it over to somewhere around here, and this will be the explosion effect. I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time, and I'm gonna name it something to explosion, sorry, explosion effect or explosion. Let's call it explosion instant, and let's make the animation. To make the animation, we're gonna select individual sprite or all of the individual sprite by holding down shift and just move it over to in the hierarchy top of that explosion game object, and it's gonna create the animation right away. So we will move to assets, and in assets we created a animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's create another folder for our explosion. Let's create a subfolder. So let's right click, then new folder, and we can call this folder to something explosion animation, explosion animation. And let's open up that subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. We can call this one, let's call it explosion. Let's leave it to explosion, and it's fine. And after doing that, click on save, and it's gonna create the animation. And to see the animation, we're gonna select the explosion game object in the hierarchy and then select this animation tab and hit this play button to see the animation, and we indeed able to see. The problem is that our this sprite or this explosion sprite seem pretty much large, so we're gonna make it a little bit small. To do so, we will go to project tab, then that we will select that sprite sheet, and let's go over to inspector. We will make this pixel per unit instead of 16, let's make it something around 32, and after doing that click on apply button and it's gonna apply, and 32 seems pretty much fine. So now we can select this explosion one more time, and let's select this animation tab and hit this play button to play the animation. And yeah, this seems pretty much fine. And what I'm gonna do, we don't want this animation to be looped, this explosion over again and again. To unloop that, what we have to do, we need to move over to project tab, and where we created or place it the animation, we're gonna go there. So assets, in assets we have this animation folder, so let's go there, and we've also created this subfolder which is explosion animation, so let's head over to that, and we can see the clip right over here which is explosion. So let's select that and move over to inspector. In the right we can see loop time, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna uncheck this, we don't want to loop that explosion, and make sure you just select that explosion and make this one prefab. Basically we're gonna make this one copy, and wherever we need we're gonna show this up. So to do so, let's select that explosion and drag it over to that prefab folder, make a prefab folder and drag it right there, and we have the animation right over here. If we just double click on that, we can see, and we can go to animation tab and hit this play button to play the animation, and indeed the animation is playing. So I'm gonna go to my scene view. To go back in the hierarchy, we can see the arrow, so just click there to go back. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete this explosion from the hierarchy and from this scene view as well as in the hierarchy, we don't need it. So where we need, once this player game object or this enemy game object dies, at that moment I'm gonna show that effect. So basically wherever player is dying or enemy game object is dying, we need to move over there. To do so, let's go to our let's select this player game object first. Before I do, I do inside this enemy game object. So let's find the enemy. So I'm gonna find this enemy in the bottom I have, so let's select that, and let's open up that script by double clicking on it, and we have this animation. As you can see, enemy, or we just destroying our enemy game object right away. So before we destroy, we're gonna show that effect, and to show that effect we need a reference of that game object or that explosion to show that. So we do know, we just made a prefab. If we move to project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, we can see the explosion right over here. So we need a reference of this explosion, then we can show that up when this enemy game object dies. So let's go to that script and let's go to top of our class. Let's make a serialized field for that. So we're gonna do it something over here. So make these square brackets and let's make a serialized field, sorry, serialized field, and we can type private. Even we type private, it's gonna be public. This field we're gonna able to see underneath our inspector or that enemy script, because we marked as serialized field. And serialized field, basically what it does, it makes private field public, and the only problem is that you cannot able to access this field or access this variable from another class. That is the only thing, but you can see the field underneath your enemy script or in the inspector. That is a game object, that explosion, and we can call that one something like explosion prefab. Let's call it explosion prefab and close that up with semicolon. And now let's scroll down, where we dying, so over here. So before we destroy, what we're gonna do, we're gonna show that, and to show or spawn anything, we need to use this instantiate function. And this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object, the game object basically, or the prefab or whatever thing you want to show. You need to type that as a first argument. So in our case, that explosion prefab, so we're gonna pass explosion prefab. And make sure once you save, go to Unity, you're gonna see underneath your anime script. So if I just select this anime game object in the hierarchy. So underneath your enemy script, you're gonna able to see a field says explosion prefab. It's gonna appear. So what you have to do, you need to select that explosion prefab game object from that folder and drag it right over there. So you're gonna have the reference, then you can show that up, or else you're gonna get some errors. So as a first, and the second thing, it's gonna take a point from where you want to show that up, you want to show. So what we want to do, this explosion little bit, if we just pass right over here transform dot position, basically means current position or center position of our enemy, but that's gonna be wrong. So basically we want to show that from over here. As you seen the sprite just going up or fading, filling this area, so that's why we need to show that up in the feet of our enemy game object. So we're gonna create an uh, empty child game object right underneath our enemy game object, and from that point we want to show that up. So let's firstly, I'm gonna drag it out, or gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy, this enemy game object, so I can see. Let's create an point from where we want to show, or we can just use this detect point. If we select, sorry, this is not what we want, actually enemy one. So if I just scroll down, enemy one, we have this one actually. So I'm gonna select that, let's drag it out, and I'm gonna select enemy 2. I'm gonna delete that one, we don't need it for. Let's create a point from where we want to show. So fit to fit our enemy game object in underneath somewhere around here. So let's right click on enemy one game object, and let's create an empty child game object, and we can call this one something like feet, or anything you can call, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. And if you want to choose any icon, you can just go over to inspector and click on this box, and you can choose any icon you like. So I'm gonna choose this one. So from this point I want to show that up, and make sure you just go to enemy one game object, and then overrides and click on apply all. So the changes you made over here, or the game object you attach, it's gonna be attached into that prefab of this enemy game object as well. So from this point we want to show that explosion prefab, so we need a reference of this feed point, you can say. So let's go to script, and let's go to top of our class one more time. Let's make a another serialized field. So serialized field, and that will be private, and we, that is a point or position, and we do know transform is responsible for position, rotation and scale. So basically simply we can call position, so we can type transform means position, and this component is responsible for position, rotation and scale, but we need the position by the way. And we can call something like feed point, let's call it feed point, and close that up with semicolon. And let's scroll down, where we doing, so over here, so we're gonna pass as a second argument feed point dot position, feed point dot position, basically from that point we want to show. And the third argument, it's gonna take the, you can say, rotation. So we don't want any rotation or like that, so we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. So quaternion dot identity, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code now. So this instantiate function gonna spawn, or gonna instantiate this explosion prefab at this point with no rotation, before we die, before we dying. So control S to save your code, and now let's move over to Unity, and make sure you just drag the reference one by one. So the first thing will appear explosion prefab. So what we have to do, we need to select this explosion game object, and we have to drag it right there, so we're gonna have the reference. So let's select this enemy, and what we can do, over here in the bottom we can see that, so we can just right click on this enemy script and click on properties. So it's gonna create a separate, so if we now select any game object, it's this enemy, or this enemy script not gonna go over or not gonna go anywhere. So we have the option, even we select another game object, we still have it, so we can drag normally. So first thing, I'm going to select this explosion, let's select that and drag it right there. And the feed point, so as a feed point we're gonna select this point, which is fit point. So let's select that and drag it over to this fit point. Now we have this explosion game object as well as basically explosion as well as this point. So I'm gonna cut this step right now. Sorry. Or what you can do, you can select this enemy game object and you can just drag it right over here one by one. It's also fine, but if you just right click and click on properties, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna create a separate inspector for this enemy script and it's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna cut this step because we have both of them now. And let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look. So once this enemy game object dies, we should able to see that just gonna that explosion prefab will explode or gonna show up. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna go there and 1 2 3 4, as you can see indeed. But the problem is that it showed up something. So what we can do, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna drag this fit point a little bit up so the animation show up perfectly, or that explosion effect. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and that's pretty fine. Let's hit this play button in the top to play the game, and let's have a look on it. I hope it's gonna work fine, but we have to take a need to take a look on this. If it's not fitting, then we can just fit the current center position of this enemy. So let's get close to this enemy. So if I just now attack, and that's not pretty fine, we need to drag more a little bit up. So we're gonna select this fit point, let's drag it over here, and let's hit this play button one more time. So basically you can pass the center position of this enemy game object as well to see perfectly that explosion effect. It's totally up to you. So you can just pass transform dot position. So let's kill this, and that should be perfect, and it's pretty fine and it's okay. But the problem is that you can still able to see that explosion game object or explosion effect. If I just zoom in a little bit, we can see the particles right over here, or the sprite, and we can also see that game object in the hierarchy. So if I move to hierarchy and scroll down, we can see in the bottom says explosion clone. So we need to destroy as well as this one, or else the game or else this game you can say gonna hold too many game objects, and at some point the frame rate will drastically gonna go down. So we need to stop doing that. So after some period of time, we also need to destroy this explosion game object. But when once this explosion effects totally gets completed, the animation, and after that point we're gonna destroy this explosion as well. So I'm gonna zoom out and let's get out of play mode. And to do so, I'm going to select this explosion game object from that prefab folder. So let's double click on it, and let's select this animation tab over here. So we can see after, I guess if to focus on that, after 1 second we just completing, or this 0.11 second we just completing whole animation clip. So after this amount of time we need to destroy this explosion game object as well. So let's go back there. To do so, we're gonna go over to that script and let's go to enemy, and over here we just showing that. And what we're gonna do after spawning or showing that explosion effect, explosion prefab, we're gonna store that explosion prefab, basically whatever we instantiated or we show it or we just instantiated, we're gonna store into that another variable. So we're gonna create another game object. So basically this explosion prefab a game object, so that's why we're gonna store into another game object, or you can say into another container. So we will create a game object, and we can call this one temp for temporary, and we can set equal to this. So basically we spawned this explosion prefab at this point with no rotation, and after spawned we taking this explosion prefab, basically whatever we instantiated, we stored that into temp container or temp variable. You can see this right over here. So we also need to destroy this container or whatever we show it after some amount of time. To destroy that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function as a first argument, it will take the game object you want to destroy. So in our case, we're gonna destroy that container, or where we store it, or the game object we spawn it, or the explosion prefab game object, you can say. So we're gonna pass 10, and the second thing, it's gonna take comma, we're gonna pass as a second thing, or the second parameter, which will take the time, after what amount of time you want to destroy. So as you saw in the animation tab, after I think 0.11 second, it's just completing the whole animation clip. So that's why after that amount of time, we're gonna destroy that game object totally, or that explosion. So that's why we're going to pass that amount, which is 0.11 if, and close that up with semicolon. So after this amount of time, this container or the game object we show it, it means the explosion prefab game object, it's gonna destroy after this amount of time. And now control S to save your code and hit over to Unity. So we should able to see that it's gonna destroy, and we can use the same principle to attack on this player game object. Basically we can do something like spark thing, and if we just hit this play button in the top, by now we should able to see that after showing that explosion prefab or explosion, that explosion just gonna destroy after 0.11 seconds. So let's get closer to this enemy game object, and now let's click 1 2 3, and as you can see, it's gone. But the problem is that it's get immediately died. So the problem is that if I just get out of play mode, so we have done some mistake. Basically we just pass right over here zero point 0.1 instead of 0.1, we need to pass 0.9. Basically 1 over there means this 0.9 means 90%, and if you just put right over here 1, it's basically means 100%. So if we move over to Unity and select this explosion game object and double clicking on it, and then select this animation tab, so it just completing zero point 0.1, or this we can see 1 second is right over here. So 0.9 gonna be 90%, and 1 basically over here gonna be 100%, and we pass over there 0.11, which is not perfect. So we have to pass 0.9. 0.9 basically this amount of time going to be 0.9, and 1 second is over here, 1 basically means 100%. So we can pass 1f means 100%, but the animation completing over here, so that's why we pass right over here 0.9. So point 0.9, this amount of time, it's just completing the whole animation clip. We can see in animation tab. Sorry, I just guessed there wrong, or just put it a wrong value right there. I was wrong, so really apologize for it. So I'm gonna go back, and now make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your script, and let's move to Unity by now. So the animation just gonna be perfect at this point, and we can use this to do in this player game object as well. Once the player game object is dies, or we're gonna do the same thing. So let's click on this play button in the top by now. Let's get closer to our, let's kill this, and it's perfect. So that's pretty fine, and that was cool. And let's do the same thing with this player game object. So I'm gonna copy some line of code from that enemy game object. So I will go to this enemy game object. Let's copy this by Control C. Let's go to player script over here, and I'm gonna paste before the player game object dies. So let's pass, and first thing we need explosion prefab. So let's go to top of our class, and we need to assign those variable. So I'm gonna make serialize field private, that will be game object, and that is explosion prefab, sorry, explosion prefab. And the second thing we need is point. So private, we're gonna pass private, that will be transform means position, and we can call this feed point. and close that off with semicolon. And now if we scroll down, those errors gone by now, and that is perfect. Control S to save your code. Let's go to Unity and make sure you just drag the reference as well as in the in your clear script one by one. So the first thing just gonna appear which is says explosion prefab. So I'm gonna select my player game object, sorry. So I'm gonna select my player game object. Let's drag it top of my in the hierarchy, and we can see explosion prefab underneath our player script. So let's go to project tab, then prefabs, we have it over here. So let's select that, drag it over here, or what you can do, you can just right click and then click on properties, or as a fit point I'm gonna pass this player right there. Basically means player current position or the center position player. As you can see, player transform, it's basically means current position of our player or the center position you can say. And I'm gonna cut this, and now if we just click on this play button in the top, by now we should able to see it's gonna be fine. So once I'm gonna make the player health a little bit low. So let's firstly let's get close enough to our enemy game object. Let's let our enemy to kill our player game. It's going down 30. Let's see. Our enemy just attacking again and again. Let's see that. Let's see that, and it's fine, it showed up and it's destroyed. So basically it's working fine, and we can use the same principle to once this enemy game object or player game object attacks, we're gonna show a little some effect, some spark, something like that I have. So if I just get out of play mode and then move over to this project tab, then explosion, I have this over here. So if I just select this sprite sheet, sorry, not this one, this one, let's select that, go and click on sprite editor in the inspector, we can see this one. So I want to show this one once this enemy game object attack on our player or in this enemy game object. So we can do the same thing. You can use the same principle to show that up as like the explosion prefab as we have shown. So I hope you get the idea. That let's add up a Suriken. Basically I want to add a trap like a Suriken. It's gonna go between 2 points. To do so, I'm gonna go over to my project tab, then assets, then sprites, and I have it over here. So I'm gonna move over to traps folder. I can see right over here I have a Suriken sprite. So let's select that and go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. So we need to cut individually. So let's choose a sprite mode to multiple and pixel per unit to 16. Scroll down, says point no filter. Let's choose filter mode to choose point no filter. Why? Because this is an pixel art, that's why. And after doing that, click on this apply button. Let's go to sprite editor, top left slice. So let's select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. It has one row and 3 6 7 8 columns. So let's put 8 columns, sorry, 8 columns and one row. And after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply button in the top right in sprite editor. So what we have to do, we need to move over to this sprite sheet and click on this arrow. And if I just select, I'm going to select the first one, and let's select that, drag it over to this in view or in the hierarchy. So what we have to do right over here, so I'm going to name this firstly Suriken. So instead of Suriken, so let's rename this to Suriken. And I'm gonna drag in top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And what I'm gonna do, we need to make the animation which is gonna rotate. To do so, let's select this game tab right over here, and let's select all of the Suriken sprite individual one by holding down shift, and select that and drag it top of this Suriken game object in the hierarchy or into this Suriken game object. And then I'm gonna move over to assets, and is in assets I have created a animation folder. So let's go there, and I also have created a subfolder so over here. So I'm gonna call this one something like Suriken and click on save. And if we select this Suriken game object and then select this animation tab and hit this play button, we can see the Suriken indeed it's rotating. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make this Suriken a little bit bigger. To do so, we will go to project tab and then select the whole sprite sheet, then move over to inspector and choose this pixel per unit to a something like, I'm gonna choose 8 to make it a little bit larger. And let's click scroll down and click on this apply button, and it seems pretty much big now. I'm gonna make it a little bit small, so let's choose something around 12 and let's click on this apply button one more time, and now it's fine. So let's add some components to this Suriken game object. So let's select this Suriken game object in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector, click on add component. First thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body and I will set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. So I'm gonna add a rigid body. So let's type find that component by typing name of the component, which is rigid body 2D. And what, let's click on this rigid body 2D to expand, and gravity scale to, I'm gonna set it to 0, and collision detection, let's choose continuous, and to move a to make a little bit smooth, we're gonna choose interpolate to interpolate. And after doing all of these things, let's add up one more collider, which is gonna be a circle collider 2D or something like a polygon collider 2D to fit this Suriken perfectly for collision detection. So if the player game object collide with this Suriken, then this player game object should die right there, or we need to destroy our player game object right away. So let's add that component. So I'm gonna select the Suriken, let's click on this add component, and I'm gonna add a polygon collider 2D. And you can adjust this collider by clicking on this and click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our Suriken game object, and that is pretty fine. And we're gonna make the size of a little bit our Suriken, and we're gonna make it little bit something like this, and this seems perfectly fine. And this is, and once you done or fine with satisfied with the adjusted the collider perfectly, make sure you just take this is trigger box. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this Suriken as a trap tag. To do so, let's go to inspector and tag, it says untag, so let's click on that and assign this trap. Now we assigned this trap or this Suriken as a trap tag. Now if I just click on this play button in the top by now and then collide with this Suriken, it's gonna just gonna collide our player game object, just gonna die right away. So let's have a look on it. So if I just collide with this Suriken by now, and we can see indeed our player game object dies right there. And if I just click on this retry button and collide with one more time, we can see indeed it's working fine. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna get out of play mode. I want to move this Suriken up and down, something between 2 points. We're gonna specify 2 points, or we will create, and between those 2 points, I'm just gonna move this Suriken there. So firstly, let's make this Suriken a prefab. So I'm going to select the Suriken game object in the hierarchy. Let's select that and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now it's turned it into a prefab. And what we're gonna do now, let's create 2 points. Instead of adding polygon collider, I'm gonna add circle collider. I don't think that polygon collider is fine for this Suriken, you can say. So I'm gonna go over to inspector, let's right click on this polygon collider and click on remove component, and let's add component, and I'm gonna find by typing circle collider 2D, and let's attach that. And make sure you just check this is triggered to true, and basically check this. And I'm gonna resize the collider. I'm gonna shrink down the radius of this collider a little bit down. So I'm gonna do something around 1.2, and make sure you just take this is trigger, go over to overrides of this Suriken game object, and then click on apply all. So the changes we made right over here in the Suriken game object in the hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into that prefab of that Suriken basically in this game object as well. So let's click on apply all, and it's fine now. And let's create 2 point. So I'm gonna create 2 point. To do so, let's create an empty game object first. So go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object something like move points. Points, and let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and if to focus on that game object. And if you want to choose a icon, you can do so by clicking on this box in the inspector, and I'm gonna choose this one, something like that. And I'm gonna drag this move point game object in the hierarchy top in the hierarchy, something over here. Let's create 2 points. So I'm gonna right click on this move points game object, and let's create an empty child game object. And let's select this move tool from here, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and we can choose an icon for this one as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go over uh, just going over to this box, and I'm gonna choose this one, and let's duplicate this you can say this point or this position. So we're gonna have 2 points, so we can move our Suriken between those 2 points. So I'm gonna duplicate, so control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here. So we have 2 points by now. And let's click on this to collapse it at once. And what we want, we're gonna attach a script to this Suriken, so it's gonna move Suriken to the between these 2 points. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and then script folder, right click, create, and choose your script, and you can name it anything you want. So I already have created a move script something over here, you can see. So I'm going to select the Suriken game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that script and drag it over to add component section. And let's go to overrides and then click on apply all. So this script just gonna attach of this Suriken prefab game object as well. And now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So we can see by default we have start and update function. I'm gonna remove this start function and also these two namespaces from the top. And what we need to move between these 2 points, if we move to Unity, to move between these 2 points, we need both of these point. And both of these point, if we select one of them, so if I just click on this move points in the hierarchy and select one of them, so this game object or this point have transform component, which is responsible for, we can see, position, rotation, and scale. So we need transform of this game object or this point, so we need both of them. So let's go to script, and to get them, what we have to do, and make sure I'm gonna make it serialized field. Sorry, let's make it serialized field to see underneath our that move script, and we can mark as private. Even we mark it as a private, it's gonna be public field. Why? Because we marked as serialized field right before we just mark as private, and those are points, or you can say position. So that's why we have to type transform, and we have more than one position. So if we move to Unity, we can see we have a top point as well as this one, so we have more than one. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make these square brackets. Square brackets basically it means array. Array is basically for to hold up multiple values. So it can be something like numbers 1 2 3 4, it can be position, it can be game objects, anything like that. So in our case, these two positions, so that's why we type transform, and then these square brackets is basically it just referencing that we have more than one position, or this is an array and we need both of this. So that's why we just made an array, and we do know array just hold up multiple values. It can be position, it can be numbers, or anything else. And we have to name the array whatever we want. So we're gonna call it something like move points. So let's call this move points, and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. Now let's go to Unity. So underneath our underneath our Suriken or that move script, we're gonna able to see an array just gonna pop up underneath our move script. So what we have to do, we need to drag these 2 points right into that array. So we're gonna have the both of these two positions so we can move around these points. So now if we select the Suriken game object in the hierarchy, we can see in underneath our move script a move points array just pops up. So what we have to do, we can select this first point, let's select that and drag it right there one by one, and let's select the second point as well, this one. So I'm gonna select this one and let's drag it. Now we have both of them. So the first point, basically this one index we can see 0, and this position or this bottom point index we can see 1. So we have both of these 2 point, or what else you can do, if I just set it to 0, we can see we don't have any points. So in order to just let's suppose you have many points, so you don't need to drag one by one. What else you can do, firstly you have to lock it. So in the inspector right section we can see lock button, so just lock it and select both of this point by holding down shift and drag it right there over there. As you can see now we have both of these point, and the first point, basically the top one index we can see 0, and the bottom point index we can see 1. So I'm gonna unlock this one more time and let's select this Suriken now. So let's suppose we want to move to this first position or this top position. To move into that point, let's open up the script or let's move over to script. So first thing, I'm gonna assign a index variable to just keep track of which point we are moving. We're gonna create a variable to keep track of which point we are moving towards. So to do so, let's go to script and we're gonna make it private. It doesn't need to be public, and that will be integer, and we can call it something like point index. So let's call it point index, and by default I'm gonna set it to 0 and close that up with semicolon. Or if you just do like this, point index and then close that up with semicolon, it's automatically by gonna default as a 0, but I'm gonna set equal to 0, something like that. So what we want, so this we created this variable to keep track of which point or which position we going. So as a by default we have set 0, so I want to move to the first point, and we do know this first point or this top point index we can see 0 right over here. So we want to move to the that point. To move towards that point, what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to this update function. So we do know that update function runs every single frame. So over there what we're gonna do, we're gonna set, firstly we will set the current position. So transform dot position means the current position of our this Suriken game object. As this Suriken game object, basically this we just moving over to this transform and then accessing the position, and we will set the position of this Suriken equal to the position where we want to go. And in order to go to this point or to move towards to the point, we're gonna use this vector2 dot move towards function, and this function right over here in brackets, as a first argument it's gonna take the current position, and the second thing it's gonna target so let's pass firstly the current position, so which in our case transform dot position means the current position, and the second thing it's gonna take the position from sorry, where you want to go. So we need to pass the target position. So the target position or the position I want to go is this position or the top one, and we can see the top one index is 0. So what we have to do, we need to type the array name. So in our case this move point, so we will pass move points, and into brackets we need to specify the index of that point. So if we pass right over here 0, so 0 we do know is the first point, so this Suriken just gonna move towards this point or this top position. And if we instead pass as instead of 0, if we pass 1, it's gonna move to the down position. Why? Because this down position or this bottom point index we can see 1. So if we pass the 1, it's this Suriken just gonna move towards this point. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass right over here 0, basically means we just gonna move to the first point. And make sure after doing that you type dot position, because those are position. And the third argument, it's gonna take the speed or how much speed you want to go to that point. So we also have to specify the speed. So I'm gonna make a variable for that, so I can adjust. So I'm gonna make that serialized field so I can adjust underneath my this mob script. So to do so, let's go over here. So before I do, I'm gonna make it over here. So let's make a serialized field and private, let's mark it private, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like move speed. So I'm gonna call it move speed, and by default I'm gonna give a some amount of speed. So by default I'm gonna give something around 2.58, and close that up with semicolon. And the third argument I'm gonna pass right over here, which our move speed, and make sure you just multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So we're gonna multiply with time dot delta time, and close that up with semicolon. Let me explain what we're doing right over here one more time. So we're setting the current position of the Suriken equal to the vector2 dot move towards, and this function over here as a first argument it's gonna take the current position. So as a current position we just pass transform dot position, which is means current position of our Suriken game object. And the second thing, it's gonna take the point or the target position where you want to go. So we pass a 0 in this square brackets, and 0 we do know the first point or the top one. And third argument, it's gonna take the speed or how much speed you want to go to that point. So we pass move speed, and by default we set move speed 2.5. So with this much of speed we're gonna go to that point or to that target position, and make sure Control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. And what you can do, instead of passing right over here 0, I'm gonna pass this point index, and by default I set the point index 0, as you can see. So I'm gonna pass instead of 0 I'm gonna pass point index, and point index right over here at the first time it's gonna be 0. So this point index is 0, and 0 we do know is the top position, the top point or the top position. And make sure we're gonna press down Control S one more time to save our code. And now let's move over to Unity. So with this much of speed 2.5, we're gonna move to this top point or top position. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, and now if I just click on this play button in the top, and we can adjust the speed right underneath our move script. We can see the move speed, we can adjust it over here as well. So we can see that our saw just going to this position, and if I just take this position, this top position, and move it somewhere around here, we can see that with that wherever I'm just moving this move point, this position, the Suriken just going to that point. And what we have to do now, and once the distance between this point or this position and the Suriken, and if the distance between them is something like smaller, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna increase this point index, this one right over here, by 1. So now if we increase this point index by 1, so this point index gonna be right over here 1. So the transform dot position basically means current position of the Suriken now gonna move to this second point, because this point index we're gonna set it to 1. So when we will set it to 1, and if we set to 1 and 1, we do know this index bottom one index is 1. So that's why this Suriken just gonna move towards to the bottom point as well. But when we gonna increase that by 1, once the distance between this first position and then Suriken, if the distance between them, if it's too much small or some kind of small, then we're gonna increase the point index by 1. And once this one became 1, we're gonna move to the bottom point, basically this one as well. So let's get out of play mode. So before we're gonna check the distance between our Suriken, and we're gonna check the distance between this point and to our Suriken. And if the distance between with some smaller, then we're gonna increase the point index by 1. So we're gonna go to that script. Let's do it somewhere around here. So you can do it anywhere you want in update function. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So we will check if we will use this vector 2 dot distance function, and this function right over here takes two position and it compares between them. So firstly, I'm gonna pass my own position or the Suriken current position, which is transform dot position, means the current position of Suriken, and the second comma second position, it's gonna take the point we want to check for. So I'm gonna check for with this point, this move point, or so we have to pass the index 0. 0 is the top point or this position, you can say. So firstly we have to type the array name, which is move points, and make this a square brackets. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass right over here point index, and by default we set it to 0. So in this start of the game, this gonna be 0, so we checking with the first position. And make sure you just right after making this square bracket type dot to position, because those are position. So if the distance between our Suriken and the first point position, if it's lesser than with some lesser than something like some smaller, so I'm gonna check for something like 0.1 f. So if the distance between them, if it's lesser than with this much of lesser than with this amount, then I'm gonna make some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna increase this point index by 1. So basically we're checking the distance between our Suriken and this point. If the distance between is lesser than 0.1, as you can see, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna increase this point index by 1. So point index, so what we will do, we will set point index. On top of point index, we're gonna add plus equal 1 and close that up with semicolon. So point index is 0, so 0 plus 1 just gonna be 1. So the point index right over here now is 1. So this one right over here becomes 1. So the Suriken now gonna move to the next point, or to this bottom point. So this one right over here, this if condition gonna check. So transform dot position basically means current position of Suriken, and now this point index right over here is 1. So what 1, so the 1 basically means the bottom point. Now what we doing, we checking the distance between our Suriken and the second point, or the this bottom point. We checking the distance between them. If it's lesser than 0.1, then what we doing, we just keep increasing our point index by 1. So the point index is already 1 now. So 1 plus 1 gonna be 2, and we do know that we don't have any third point. We don't have any third point, so the third point index gonna be 2, and we do know that we don't have. So that's why once we reaches to this position or the bottom one, it's gonna throw us an error. So when we reaches this point right over here to the bottom one, we're gonna set back this point index, this one right over here, this one we're gonna set back to 0. And we do know once we set back to 0, so this gonna be right over here 0. So our current position of the Suriken, it's gonna move to the first point one more time, or again it's gonna move to the towards to the point towards to this point. So what we will do, we will check right over here. So we will check if point index we will check if the point index is equals to move points dot length. If that is the case, and make some curly brackets. So what we're doing, so let's suppose this point index is already 1 by now. So basically means we at this bottom point, so we checking the distance between this Suriken and this point. So we increasing the point index. So 1 plus 1 gonna be 2. So the now the point index is 2, and we checking if the point index is equal to move points dot length. Basically means how many points we have. So we can see we have 1 and then 2, we have 2 points. So that's why this move points dot length right over here gonna be 2. So the point index is equals to now point move points dot length, and means 2 equals to 2. Basically we just reaches to the this point. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set back this point index now back to 0. So and once so we're gonna set back to 0. So let's set this point index, we're gonna set equal to 0, and close that up with semicolon. And we do know once we set this point index to 0, so this one right over here gonna be 0, so our position or the Suriken gonna move to the first point one more time, because this point index is now 0. When it's becoming 0, once we reaches to the bottom point, because this if the point index right over here is 1 and we do know point index 1 means this bottom point, so we checking the distance between our Suriken and to this point. If the distance between is lesser than 0.1, then we just increasing point index, and we just checking if the point index is equals to move points dot length, basically means how many points we have. So we have 2 points, then what we doing, we setting back point index to 0, so we're gonna move to the first point one more time to this point basically. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your code, and once you save your code, go back to Unity and let's have a look on it. And we can use the same script to create as many points we want. So just wait for to compile. And if we just click on this play button in the top, by now we should able to see firstly this Suriken just gonna move to this point, and once the distance between is lesser than 0.1, then it's gonna move to the bottom point one more time, and once it reaches the bottom point, it's gonna go over to this point index. To see that, if I select this Suriken and then go over to inspector and click on this 3 dots in the right and click on this debug, we can see that fill over here point index right over here, we can see it's becoming 0 and 1, 0 and 1. It just keep repeating 0 and 1. Once it's became 0, so it's moving to the first point, and once it's became 1, it's moving to the second point or the bottom one. So I'm gonna go back to normal mode, and if I just get out of play mode, let's suppose I'm gonna have one more point, so I'm gonna select the second point, this one. So let's duplicate by Control D, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. And now let's select this Suriken game object, and I'm gonna select the third point, and I'm gonna drag it into this move points array, and we can see the third point index is now 2, as you can see. So the third point index is now 2. So once this one's became 1, so 1 plus 1 just gonna be 2, 2. So this one right over here becomes now 2. So the Suriken just gonna move to the third point as well, because the third point index we can see 2, so it's gonna move to once 2, and once so this one is now 2. So if the, and once again it's taking the Suriken position, and the third point position, if it's lesser than 0.1, then we increasing. So this one right over here is now 2, so 2 plus 1 gonna be 3, and we do know we don't have any fourth point, because that fourth point index just gonna be 3. So what we doing in that moment, then we setting back point index to 0. So once this point index is 3, so 3 more points dot length basically means how many points we have. Now we have 3 points, so this point index, so if it's equals to how many points we have, then we're setting back point index to 0, so it's gonna move to the first point once more time. To see that, let's click on this play button in the top by now, and let's have a look on this. And let's have a look. So it's moving to the first point, then second point, and then it's gonna move to the third point. And once it's moving to the third point, it's moving again to the first point, then second point, and the third point. And it just keep repeating moving towards this point, and you can create as many points you want. It's totally up to you, and that is the thing, we can expand upon this script to adjust as many points as we want. We can attach this script to any game object to move between any points we want. I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna have this third point. Basically I don't want to move this Suriken to this point, so I'm gonna select that, and let's delete. As well as I'm going to select the Suriken game object and move to that move script, and I'm going to remove the third point, or we don't have, so I'm going to select that and let's click on this minus, so it's going to remove. Now our Suriken just going to move between these 2 points, and make sure you just go to overrides and then click on apply all, so the changes you made over here, it's going to be saved right away into that prefab of this Suriken as well. Let's create floating text to make our game looks cool. To do so, what I'm gonna do, to do so, we will go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. So what you can do, I'm gonna right click or hit this, sorry, I just mistakenly done, so I'm gonna select this, let's delete, right click or hit this plus icon, let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object something like text, and let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and if to focus on that game object. And what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna move this game object somewhere around here, and let's drag this game object in the top of hierarchy, and I'm gonna select these move points and I'm gonna drag it in the bottom, and let's select this text, and we want to add a text component or text mesh we need to add up, because to see that, to do so, select the game object first and then go over to inspector, click on add component, and find over there by typing text mesh, basically this one, which is text mesh, so just click on that to add, and we are not able to see. So firstly we have to increase our font size, basically. Before you do that, make sure you just make this character size over here, scroll down and go over to this text mix component, basically text mask, and make this character size something like 0 0.1, and then after doing that, increase this points font size in the bottom, something like I'm gonna do around 10, and you can choose any color. So we cannot able to see the text because we have to type something right over here in this text field, so I'm going to type something like 1, and we indeed able to see, but it's too much small, so let's increase. So I'm going to make the font size something around 100, and let's go to transform. I'm gonna right click and reset the sorry, I just reset it. So I'm gonna select this text game object one more time, and I'm gonna drag it over here, and we can play around with these numbers. So upper left, instead of upper, let's click on this anchor. I'm gonna click on this middle center, as well as I'm gonna alignment to center I'm gonna do, and you can choose something like 100, but I'm gonna choose 1 for now for having a look. And you can choose a font right over here as well, so you can just click on this and you can choose any font you like. Or what else you can do, you can just go to project tab, then assets, where you have the fonts folder, you can select any font, something like this monogram. I'm gonna select that, and let's drag it over to this font fill, and it's gonna change directly, but it seems so I'm gonna change to another one with another one, something like this, and I'm gonna choose a font, and this seems pretty much fine, and I can increase the font size, so let's make it something around 120, and I guess we can play around with this. Sorry, I'm gonna leave the 4, and font style I'm gonna choose bold to make it even more visible, or you can say something like that. And what we're gonna do, we can create the animation like that. What we will do, we will select the text, and it will go up and it will increase the size and just gonna fade out. But instead of doing, it's gonna be weird or locally, or animation just gonna be a little bit weird. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an empty game object, and then we're gonna make this text, basically this one, child of that game object. To do so, what we will do, we will go to a hierarchy one more time, right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object, and you can call this game object something like, I'm gonna call this one floating text, so let's call it for floating text, and then go over to transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm gonna select this game object, floating text. I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let's select this floating text and let's drag it in the top of hierarchy, And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this text, basically this one. Let's select that and drag it top of this floating text game object, basically make this text this one child of that game object. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select this text and then go to transform, right click and reset the transform. So the position of this text game object just gonna be set to this floating text position. As you can see, you can note the position as well, which is 9.93 in the x. So now if I select this text style game object, we can see the position, or basically it's the position. If you just drag out, we can see the position right away. But I'm gonna make a child of this game object. So now if I just select this floating text game object, I can drag it anywhere I want. So what we're gonna do, we are ready to create the animation. To create the animation, we're going to do it inside this text game object and not in this floating text or this parent game object. You can say we're going to make the animation in this text, so that's why we created a parent game object. So select the text and then go over to animation, and we're going to create the animation. So let's do that. So select the text game object and then select this animation tab. And if you can find the animation tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and you can see the shortcut key, which is Ctrl+6, as well as the animator tab. So we have the animation tab right over here. So I'm gonna select the text game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this create button in animation tab, and it will take us to a folder where we want to do or want to place the animation. So we will go to assets, and in asset animation folder, and let's create a subfolder for our text, or we can just simply do it over here as well. Or I'm just gonna open up this items animation subfolder. So create a subfolder to keep all of the things in organized way by just right click and then new folder, and name the folder what you want to name it. So I already have this item animation subfolder. So I'm gonna open that up by double clicking, and we have to name the animation. So I'm gonna call this animation something like floating underscore text, and let's click on this save, and we are ready to create the animation. So to make the animation, make sure you just click on this red button to record your animation, and we're gonna go move over to 1 second or 60 frames somewhere around here. And after that, I'm gonna select this text game object, not the parent one. Make sure select the text one, and I'm gonna move it in the top. Let's move it, and with that I'm gonna move over to inspector, scroll down. I'm gonna make the font size something around 150. So if I just click on this play button now, so just wait, just wait, I'm gonna plug my charger to my laptop, basically shrink down, and it's fine now. So if we just select this text and then click on this play button, we can see the animation indeed playing. It's just going up, and what we're gonna do, I'm gonna make the font size a little bit up, something, sorry, I'm gonna replace this. So I'm gonna make it something around 170 instead. So you can just do it right over here in animation tab left side, you can see that. And now if I just click on this play button, we can indeed see. And after going up, I also want to fade out this text game object. To do so, we need to go over to this text mesh component in inspector and then click on this color fill, and in the bottom you can see a channel. So just drag that down to 0, and it's gonna fade out. And if we just click on this play button one more time, sorry, we have done mistakes. So instead of doing that, sorry, we're gonna leave it to 255, and we can just play the game, sorry, and it's going up. So you can play, it doesn't need to be, so you can just fade out. I think fading out is something different, so we can just leave that for now. In future tutorial we will look into that as well. So if I just click on this play button, we can play the see the animation. It's just going up, and then it's becoming a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna move a little bit up. So if I just move if I just click on this text and then position in the Y, I'm gonna make it something around 2, so it's gonna go a little bit up. So you can just do in animation tab in the left side, you can see the position, and you can play around with X and Z position as well, but I'm not gonna do that. So if I just click on this play button, we can see it's pretty much good, and that is okay. So I'm gonna select this, I'm gonna select this keyframe, and I'm gonna adjust it right over here to fit it perfectly. And now if we click on this play button, and that's pretty fine. So what we're gonna do now, best best way to, so we will click on this record button one more time to capture the animation, or you can just leave that, it's or Unity editor just automatically gonna capture the animation. So I'm gonna click on this record button, and now if we go to project tab, then assets, animation, and in items animation, in that we can see the floating text animation clip right over here. So if we select that and go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck this loop time because we don't want to play this. If we select this text and then animation tab and then hit this play button, we don't want this animation to be looped. It should just play one time. It's just gonna go chop and it's gonna destroy itself after some time. So to do so, we're gonna go to project tab, then select this floating text animation clip, and let's go over to inspector. We're gonna uncheck this loop time because we don't want that animation clip to be looped, so that's why let's uncheck. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make this floating text a prefab. Before we do that, let's make a script for basically what we will do. If we select this text, we just want this one to be a random number. It can be from 1 to 100, so it can be like 1 2 3 4, or even a random number like 60 or 65. So we want that to be a random. So we're going to create a script to control that. So we need a reference of this text mesh, so we can do that. So to do so, let's create a script. So I'm gonna do it inside this floating text. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, then script folder, then right click on script folder, then create C# script and name it to something like floating text. I already have it over here, so I'm gonna select this floating text game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that floating text script and drag it over to add component section. So we need a reference of this text. If I select this text, we need a reference of this text mesh, so we can change this text number to any number we like, or to be just one, to be a random number. To do so, let's open up the floating text script by double clicking on it. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this update function, or let's remove this update function, and also these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it. So what we need, so I'm gonna go to top of my class, so let's make a serialized field for that. So let's make a serialized field private, and we can call so we need a reference of this text mesh. So if we move to Unity and select this text, we need a reference of this text mesh, so we can set this number to any number we like, something like 100, then 2, or any number. So I'm gonna, by default, I'm gonna set it to something like 0. So we need a reference. So let's go to script and let's type so the component we're looking for, or we need reference, which is text mesh. So we're gonna type text mesh, as you can see, and we can call anything we like. So I'm gonna call it something like text mesh with non-capitalized T, and close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna use this start function, and we do know that start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, we're gonna change that number to a random one. Before we do, we're gonna have to save our script. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and then move over to Unity. So underneath our this floating text, so we need to select this floating text game object. So underneath our floating text script, we're gonna able to see a pop-up just gonna appear, which is gonna be text mesh. So what we have to do, we need to drag this text mesh right there. So if I now select this floating text game object, we can see underneath our floating text script, a field just pops up and it says text mesh none, basically empty. So we're gonna select this text and let's drag it right there. Now as you can see, we have text mesh right over here, basically reference of this. Now we can change this number to any number we like. So to do so, let's go to script and we're gonna move over to this update function. So we will set text mesh. Firstly, let's create a variable for that. So we're gonna use this random dot range function, and this function right over here, it's going to take the minimum inclusive and the maximum inclusive. So I'm going to pass right over here something 1, and I'm going to pass as a second argument 101 and close that up with some semicolon. So what we're doing, this random dot range function right over here, it's going to pick up a random number between 1 and 101. So it's not going to include 101, but it will include this one, and it can include 100, it can be 99, it can be something like 60, it can be 50, or random number, depending upon what random dot range function picks up. So it can be a random number. So what we're gonna do, whatever this random dot range function just picks up, we're gonna store into another integer container, or in a variable you can say. So that will be integer like whole numbers 1 2 3 4, and we can call this one something like random number, or we can call simply number. Let's call this number and let's set equal to this. So this number can be a random, so it can be 1, or it can be 100, or it can be something like 99. So it can be random. So after getting a random number, so whatever we're getting, we're just storing into this number. And then what are we gonna do, we're gonna go over to this text mesh. So let's go there, text mesh, and then we're gonna access the text, and we will set the text equal to number and close that up with some semicolon. So this number is an integer variable, and this text mesh.text right over here is a string value. So we need to convert this integer value to a string, and in order to convert, we just have to type dot to string and make this first brackets. So this text mesh.text just gonna convert into a this number just gonna convert into a string. So what we're doing, we're just going over to the text mesh and then accessing the text. So basically we're just going over to this text and then text mesh and accessing this text, and we're setting this text equal to this number, and this number can be a random, something like, let's suppose this one becomes 50, so this number just gonna be 50, so this one just gonna be 50. So this text mesh dot text right over here, basically this one just gonna be 50 right away, but it can be random depending upon this what this random dot range function picks up. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code, and now let's move over to Unity. So just wait, and once it's done, we can just hit this play button in the top to see right away. So firstly it's gonna go up, and now if we select this floating text, we can see, let's click on this play button in the top by now and let's have a look on it. As you can see, it's became 19. And now if I just get out of play mode and then click on this play button in the top by now, so in the start of the game this is gonna be a random number, so it can be a different from 19, I guess, depending upon what picks up. As you can see, indeed it's became a different number, 37, and we can see as many times we want. So if I just click on this play button one more time, it's gonna be a different number, but we only want to pop up this number once the player game object attack on enemy. As you can see, it's became now 25. So let's get out of play mode. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this floating text, make sure you select the pattern one and make this one prefab, because we want to spawn once the player game object attack on this enemy game object. At that moment we're gonna pop up this you can say this floating text. So let's select this floating text and drag it over to that prefab folder. So I'm gonna drag it into this prefab folder now, and I'm gonna select this floating text in the hierarchy and let's delete that. because I don't want to be spawn from that point. Instead, I want to spawn or want to show that up once the player game object attack on this enemy game object. So let's do it where a player is attacking or this enemy just get taking damage. So I'm gonna open up this player script. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's go over to inspector and let's open up this player script. So where we attacking, let's go there. So we can see as you can see that enemy taking damage, or we just attacking on enemy right over here. So we're gonna show over here. So after taking damage, we're gonna show that or just wanna show that floating text. So before we show that or spawn, we need a reference of that floating text game object, then we can see. So if we just go to project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, so we need a reference. So if we just find floating text right over here, so we have it over here. So we need a reference of this game object, so we can show that up. So let's go to script. So let's grab the reference. So let's go to top of our class and let's make it from right over here. So let's make a serialized field, a private, and that is a game object. That floating text is a whole itself a game object, so that's why we have to type game object, and we can call this one something like floating text prefab. So let's call it floating text prefab and close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna go to there and let's go over here. So what we will do to spawn or to instantiate, so I'm gonna move to script one more time. So this instantiate function, we do know as a first argument it's gonna take the game object we want to show or spawn. So in our case we're gonna pass floating text prefab, and the second thing it's gonna take the position from where we want to spawn. So we can pass enemy center position. So we can just go to hit info dot transform, then dot, or we can just part hit info dot point, I guess, closer point, and that's it, closer. Okay, closer point. So instead of close it point, I am going to pass transform dot position, sorry, transform dot position. So basically what I have done over here, hit info, we do know, we're just creating a circle around this position. Basically from, if we select this player game object in the hierarchy, we just created a circle around this attack position, and we do know if this circle collide with this enemy game object, so this over here hit info gonna be true, and if hit info is true, then whatever circle this circle is colliding with, so this circle colliding with this enemy game object, so we just going over to this enemy game object transform. Basically if we select this enemy game object, so we moving over to this transform, and then what we're doing, we just accessing the position. Basically we accessing the second center position of our enemy game object. As you can see, whatever we just going to transform and then accessing the position. And the third argument we're gonna pass, it's gonna take the rotation. We don't want any rotation like that, so we will pass quaternion dot identity and close that up with semicolon. So we just instantiating this floating text prefab at this position with no rotation whenever we just attacking on our enemy game object. So control S to save your code, and now let's move over to Unity and let's have a look. So it's gonna take a few moments. Once it's done, we are ready to go. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on this. I'm gonna clear the console a little bit. So let's give it a moment this shot to go up, and I'm gonna jump. Let's click, let's attack on this enemy. So if I just attack, we can Okay, so we got a problem. It says the variable floating text prefab of player has not been assigned. So if I just get out of play mode and then select this player game object, and underneath our player script we can see floating text prefab and it says none. Basically we have to drag the game object or this floating text right over here in this field. As you can see, this one is totally empty, means none. So we will go to project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, and let's select this floating text from over here as we made the prefab. So let's select that and drag it over to that floating text prefab field. Now we have the floating text game object or the prefab we want to show up, and it's gonna go by now. So let's click on this play button in the top one more time and let's have a look. Just let's have a look. So I'm gonna collect this you can say this coins. So let's jump. I'm gonna make the jump. Let's kill this enemy. So indeed we are able to see those floating text and it's just floating, but the problem is that those are staying in the game. We're not destroying at all after some time. So we also need to destroy this game object or this floating text prefab from the game or in the hierarchy or in the scene view as well. So if we just move to hierarchy and then scroll down, we can see in the bottom floating text clone we can see. So after some amount of time we also need to destroy this. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and to destroy, firstly let's check after how much time those are completing the animation. So if I just go over to or select that floating text game prefab and then double clicking on it and then select this animation tab and then this text style, we can see after 1 second we do know. So if I scroll my mouse to zoom out, we can see after 1 second it's just completing the animation. So after 1 second we're gonna destroy, after 1 second or something like after 1.2, or we will give it a little moment to stay in the game. So it's gonna be cool. So we're gonna destroy after that amount of time. So let's go back. So in hierarchy we can see the arrow, so let's click over there to go back, and now let's go to script. So firstly we instantiating this floating text prefab at this center position of enemy with no rotation. So whatever we instantiated, so we instantiated this floating text prefab. So let's store that floating text prefab into another game object or into another container. So we're gonna store, so we will type game object and we can call this one temp, and let's set equal to this, or I'm gonna call this one temp floating text, short for temporary floating text, and let's set equal to this. So we instantiated this floating text prefab at this point with no rotation, and after that we just stored that floating text prefab, basically whatever we instantiate. So we definitely instantiated or spawned that floating text prefab, and what we have done, we just stored that floating text prefab into this same floating text container, you can say, or in this variable. So we also need to destroy this container or where we store it, that floating text prefab after some amount of time. So we're gonna go to next line. To destroy, we do know we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So in our case this same floating text or the container, and comma as a second argument, it's gonna take the time, after which amount, after how much time you just want to destroy it. So I'm gonna pass something like 1.12f. So I'm gonna give it a little moment to stay in the game, and after this amount of time it's gonna destroy that floating text or the container, or that whatever we store it, we just destroying that right away after this amount of time. So make sure you just put at the end f, because this is decimal places, and let's close that up with some semicolon and control s to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity and let's have a look on this. So just wait, it's gonna take a few moments. Once it's done we can play our game. So now if I just click on this play button in the top and let's attack on this enemy game object, we should able to see. and we can choose a random color as well for that floating text. So before I do, sorry, I'm gonna click on this retry. So let's retry the game, and if I just click on, we can see after that amount of time this text just getting destroyed as you saw. I hope you get the idea of this, and you can choose a random color as well. To choose, if I just get out of play mode and then select go over to project tab and then prefabs, basically assets, and then prefab, and select this floating text prefab game object over here, and then go over to inspector and open up this floating text script. By double clicking on it, we can choose a random color as well. To choose a random color, what we can do, we can set text mask dot, we can go to color, and we will set to a random color we like. You can use this random dot range function to just choose a random color as well. It's totally up to you if you want, but I'm not gonna do that. What we gonna do now, if we select our player game object in the hierarchy and then move over to player script, we can see over here multiple fields, and some fields right over here we don't need to make it public, and it seems pretty messy. So something like this movement variable and some bool parameter, I guess we don't need to see right underneath this player script, so we can make those one public. To do so, we're gonna we're gonna make it private instead. So let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So Unity just gonna take a moment to open that script to open up in Visual Studio. So some field we actually don't need, so we can just make those private, something like that current coin field and the movement field, as well as those RB field and animator, as well as lots of things that we don't need to make a basically public. We can make it private instead to keep to basically keep our script organized. To do so, let me show you how you can do it. So we have to open up our script, so let's open that up quickly, and it's open it up as you can see. So we will go to top of our class, so scroll up, sorry, I'm gonna scroll up, so we can see this one, sorry, this movement we just made this one public, but it doesn't need to be public. We can make it private instead, so we're gonna make it private. So if we make this one private, we do know that we're not gonna able to see this field underneath our player script. So over this movement, I guess which one we made this movement, so the movement right over not gonna appear, as well as we don't need the, you can say, this current coin. So let's make that one as well private. So we will go to current coin, we have it over here, so let's make that one private instead, and now if we just press down Ctrl S on our keyboard and move to Unity, we should able to see that it's gonna go by now it's gonna go. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, you will able to see that this field, this movement, and this current coin just gonna go out from this player script. And we also don't need this RB to be public. Instead, we're gonna make it something little bit different. Just see, and as well as this animator tab. And now if once it's compiled, we can see we cannot see the movement and the current coin field right over here. So let's make this one RB and animator, as well as this attack point private. It doesn't need to be public, as well as this feed point, we can say. So to do so, I'm gonna move over to my script, and firstly let's talk about this rigid body. So I'm gonna go to down, so it doesn't need to public, instead we're gonna make it private. But if you make this one private and then go over to Unity, you're not gonna able to see that field underneath your player script. So how you can just select that rigid body and drag it to that RB field. So we're not gonna have the reference of this rigid body, but we do know that we're using this rigid body to jump our player game object. So we still need a reference even we set that field to private. So how we can just get the reference? And in order to get the reference, so we made this field private, so we definitely not gonna see this field underneath our player script. So what we will do, we will use this start function, and we do know that a start function get call in the start of the game, and it just call one time. So in this start of the game, what we want, we just want to get a rigid body reference, and in order to get the rigid body reference, we just have to use this dot get component, and the component we're looking for, so make this arrows. So the component we're looking for this rigid body 2D, so let's type there. So we have to type rigid body 2D, and make sure you just make this first bracket. Now we have the reference. As you can see, we get the rigid body. Basically we're taking this rigid body now, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this rigid body and then we will store it into this RB. So we will set RB equal to this, RB equal to this rigid body. Now we have the reference. Basically we have taken the rigid body and then we stored this rigid body into this RB field, and we do know RB basically rigid body. So basically we taking this rigid body and then we storing that rigid body into this RB, and we are using RB short for rigid body to jump our player game object, as you can see right over here. And we're gonna do the same thing for our animator. It doesn't need to be public, so we will make this animator field. Let's make this instead private, and let's do the same thing. We're gonna get the reference as we have done for our RB or rigid body. We're gonna do the same thing. So this basically this right over here just referencing itself, and we just gonna get the component. And now the next component we're looking for this animator in the bottom, we can see. So we're gonna take this animator component. So let's get it. So this dot get component, and the component we're looking for is animator, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. And what we will do now, we will store this animator component into this animator, or into this animator variable or container, or this animator component variable. So we just taking the animator and then we storing that animator into this animator. And now and we using animator to like play walk animation clip, jump animation clip, all of those things. And make sure you just press down control S to save your code. And now if we just move over to Unity, those this animator and this RB just gonna go out from this player script as well. And if we just play the game right away, we should not able to see any errors, or in Unity not gonna complain anyway. To see that, let's click on this play button in the top, and we should not get any errors, or Unity not gonna complain us for those things. And indeed we are able to jump, we can play running, or basically the working animation clip, attack, and all of these things without any errors. So that is the cool thing, and we're gonna make it more clean this script. To do so, let's get out of play mode. So first thing we can see attack point. So we're gonna make this field private, but we do know that we also need the reference of this attack point. So if I select the player game object in the hierarchy and then click right over here, we can see attack point is the first child. And if you just duplicate by control D, the attack point is a child of our player game object. So this just gonna be first child, and this attack one, or we just duplicated this one, this gonna be second child. So the first child index gonna be 0 and the second child index gonna be 1. So we so by the index we can get this attack point. So I'm gonna delete the duplicate one. So the index of this attack point, we can it's gonna be 0, basically this the first point or this attack point. So we can just get the reference by just passing the index of it. To do so, let's open up the script. So I'm gonna open up the script. I don't know fit point. Okay, we can remove this fit point. Instead we can pass transform dot position. So let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to top of our class, basically somewhere we making that field private. Sorry, we have to find which is our attack point. We can see this. So what we will do, we will make this one private instead. But we however we need a reference of this attack point. So how we can get that attack point? So we will go to start function, and in the start of the game we're gonna get the reference, and in order to get the reference we will pass this dot transform dot get child, and get child, and make this first bracket. So you have to pass the index. So if we pass right over here 0, so 0 gonna be the first child. So if we just move to Unity, before I do that, let me explain this dot transform dot get child. So basically we just going over to this player game object transform. This basically it's referencing itself. Then we just moving over to this transform component, and by this transform we just getting the child, and the child we looking for is attack point or this attack point child. And so we can see that this is the first child, so the index just gonna be 0 right away. So what we have to do, we need to pass right over here 0, and then we're gonna use this dot transform, because this is a transform. So if we just move to Unity, this we can see this is a transform, so that's why we have to access the transform, and we will set, and we have to set. So we will store this attack point or this attack point position into this attack point field or variable, or this container, you can say. So let's set equal to attack point equal to this. So we just taking the, you can say we just taking this attack point, and then we storing that attack point into this attack point field. Now we have the reference, or we just get the reference of that attack point as well as like this animator and RB. And if we just press down, sorry, we mistake RB, I'm gonna set this dot get component, and the component is rigid body. I just mistakenly done that, and I really apologize for that. So Control S to save your code. And now if we move over to Unity, our player script just gonna be clean by now much more. So that is the thing of doing, the purpose of doing all of this thing. So now if I just select player game object, we can see our player script now much more clean. But we can make even more clean by something like some fields right over here, like this one fit point, we don't need it. Instead of fit point, we can pass the center position of our player game object. So the explosion effect just gonna be spawned from center position from our player game object. So let's do that. So what we will do, we will find the this one. So let's remove that, and we're gonna get an error. So the error, if I just click right over here, we can see the error, and the error lying on the line which is 170. So we need to just go over to 170 line, I guess 170, this one. So we're getting the fit point dot position. So instead of passing fit point dot position, we're gonna pass transform dot position. And we do know that transform dot position right over here basically means current position or the center position of our player game object. So control S to save your code. And what we will do, some fields right over here, we're gonna make it serialized field, something like this one. We're gonna make it private, and then we're gonna make it serialized field so we can see underneath our player script. Why we're gonna make it serialized field? Because we don't need this field from another class. So if I just move to enemy class or enemy script, I don't need in this class, or I don't want to access that parameter or that jump height parameter in this class or in this script. So that's why we're gonna go over to player script, so we don't need any reference of this variable, you can say, from another class. So that's why we're gonna make it private. So we will make this one private, and if we make it private, we're not gonna able to see underneath our you can say player script. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna type serialize field, and we do know that serialize field makes private field public, but you're not gonna able to access this variable or this parameter through another class, like through this enemy, through this camera shake. You cannot access right over here, and we definitely don't need it. So that's why we just made it private. And serialize field, we only need that field underneath our player script. So that's why. So I'm gonna go over to player script one more time, and we're gonna make all of this because we don't need it. So we're gonna make this one as well, serialize field, to make our code, you can say, clean. It just makes. So I'm gonna make this text one private as well, because I don't need it from any other script reference, and I'm gonna make it public by making this serialized field. So it's only gonna, we only gonna able to see this field underneath our player script. So if I move to Unity, we're gonna able to see underneath our player script, but we cannot access this field from another class. And we're gonna do the same thing for this one. So let's make this one serialized field, and this one we're gonna make it private. And before we make it private, we also gonna make this one serialized field. I hope you just getting the idea what we are doing. And we're gonna make this one because we don't need this field from another class, and this just make our code too much clean. And we're gonna do the same thing. So let's make this one private as well, private, and we will make this serialized field. And let's make this one as well. So firstly we're gonna make it private, sorry, private, private, sorry, private, and then we will make this serialized field. And now this seems pretty much cool. And control S to save your code, and let's move over to Unity. And if you want to create nice and clean something like title, you just want to have title before you create this variable, you just want to have separate title. So I'm gonna show you how you can do. And now our player script now much more clean, and I want to move this script up in the player game object in the app. In order to do that, what we have to do, we need to open up the prefab, because if I just right click on this player script and click on this move up, as you can see, you need to open up the prefab. It's saying children of a prefab instance cannot be moved and components cannot be reordered. So you just have to open up the prefab. You can open the prefab in prefab mode to restructure. So we can click on this open prefab, and then now if I just right click on this player script and click on this move up, we can see our player script indeed just moving up. And I'm gonna move this script, player script, to move up to make it cool. So I'm gonna right click one more time, let's click on move up, and let's move up. And now it's pretty fine. So we can go back in the hierarchy, we can see can click on this arrow to go back, and it's fine. And let's suppose you want to make a nice title, and you just want to have little bit spaces between these variables or parameters. So what you can do, open up the player script by double clicking. So this is for UI, we can see this vector UI, this game over UI, all of these things right over here is UI. So what I can do before we make this parameter, so right before we just made this parameter, we can type a header. Basically we can specify a title right underneath our player script right over here as well. And to make the title or to do that thing, we need to type in square brackets. So type square brackets and make this header, and you need to make this first bracket, and in this bracket you need to pass in quotation whatever you want to say or the title you want to have. So I'm gonna call it something like UI, or let's call it UI instead. Sorry, UI. And if I just press down Control S on my keyboard to save my script and then move over to Unity, when I able to see an UI title just gonna appear before this variable underneath our player script says UI, and you can do whatever you want to do. And as you can see, indeed UI name just gets pop up right over here, or the title as we want. And I want to have little bit spaces between these parameters, something like this max health text and this from this, I guess this is UI, this is gonna be UI. So I want to make spaces between this variable. To do so, we're gonna move over to script one more time. So this max health right over here, this one is not an UI field. So what I'm gonna do, before I make the variable, make these square brackets, and to make spaces between two parameters or two variable in the inspector, what you have to do, you need to pass this space name, and then in brackets you can specify the how much space you want. You can just do pass 3, so it's gonna be 3 line or 3 unit spaces between those parameters. You can pass like 10, it's totally up to you. Let's suppose I pass 2, something like that. To make it a little bit, I'm gonna pass 3, and if I just Control S on my keyboard to save and then move over to Unity, you will able to see a space just gonna pop up between these parameters. That will be 3 around, I guess. And indeed you can see the space a little bit from this max health text and this max health, and you can just make this space a little bit bigger by just putting a larger value. So I'm gonna put something around 5. And this is for player movement, so I'm gonna put a header for this as well, this one as well. So what I'm gonna do, so this is player movement, so I will do something like in square brackets header, and I will say in first, make this first bracket, and in quotation you can say whatever. So this is player is jumping then moving, so this includes in you can say player movement. So that's why I'm gonna give a title something like player movement, and that's fine. And where this over here is for player attack, so I can give it a title as well over here. So I'm gonna give it a title. So in header I can say in quotation, let's pass player attack. So basically we just making section between these parameters, and that's pretty much cool in Unity using this. So if I just press down Control S on my keyboard and then move over to Unity, you will able to see nice field just gonna appears. Firstly a spaces between these lines pop up, and then this section just gonna be player movement, and the bottom one is player attack. And we get some weird so that's didn't came out. Basically why this attack point is a private field, as you can see, and this attack radius is a public field. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this header down, and in order to make it a rearrange or reorder, what you can do, select the whole line and hold down alt on your keyboard and put and press down your up and down arrow keys to move this line of code or this header up and down. So I'm gonna make it down because this field right over here is a public, and if you make a header or title, just give it a title to a private field, it's not gonna do that. So make sure you just doing right before the public field instead of this private. So make sure. So I'm gonna move this private field over here. So to do so, I'm gonna just put select the line, or you can just put the mouse over here and hold down all to move it up and down wherever by using up and down arrow keys. So I'm gonna move it up to make it arrange, and I want this bool parameter to just over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this line and hold down alt. I'm gonna use my up arrow key to move it up, and that is pretty fine. And our code right now looks pretty much organized. And I'm gonna just make this braces, and if I just press down Control S on my keyboard and then move over to Unity, you can use the same principle to any class to make your code a little more clean, and it's gonna fine for. I hope you getting the idea. And now we can see player attack field right over here, and we have spaces between this. You can just make this one spaces a little bit. So if I just go to script and then over here as a space, if I just put something like 10 and then save my code and move over to Unity, we're gonna able to see that between these parameters a large space just gonna pop up. It's totally depend upon how much you put, how much you want, and we indeed can see a little bit. So 10, I guess it's pretty fine. You can put 15. 15 is a fine number, and we cannot see something player attack, and we also put a title something a player movement. I guess we cannot able to see player movement somewhere around here we should. And let's suppose you still want to access those private field, something like this if I just move to this one, this bool parameter, this is set to private, so that's why we are not able to see underneath our player script. But you still able to want to access that or want to see that. In order to see in inspector, in the right three dots, you can see top right basically. So just click on that three dots and click on this debug mode from normal to debug, and now you're gonna able to see those private fields, something like this movement which we set to private, and we able still able to access it. We can see this field, and to go back to normal mode, so just go to top right once more time, then click on three dots and then click on normal. So it's gonna go over to back to normal, and if I just click on this play button in the top, by now it's gonna work fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can make your code a little more clean, so it's gonna be nice. So I'm gonna clear the console. We can just jump, and if I just kill this enemy, sorry, later on we're gonna make two cameras, and that's pretty fine. We can pass through, and that's cool. So this tree seems like in front of our player game object, we need to take it behind. And in order to take this behind this tree, we're gonna firstly we need to assign this player as a player layer. To do so, we do know that we need to move over to inspector, then move over to sprite renderer, and click on sorting layer over here. So click on add sorting layer in the bottom, and you have to make. So I'm gonna make for our this player game object. So let's hit this plus icon, and I'm gonna make this player, and player should be behind our this key game object as well as ground tile or ceiling tile, you can say, but it should be in front of this tree layer or this back tiles. So I'm gonna drag it top or up, You can drag it behind, so the player game object just gonna be behind this trace, but I don't want to do that. So that's why I'm gonna take my player and drag it all the way up in front of this tree, back tiles, and these layers. And now if we select this player game object, so select the player game object in the hierarchy one more time, and then go over to inspectors, then sprite renderer, and sorting layer to choose player as we assign it. Now I assign it this player as a player sorting layer. Now is a player in front of this tree layer, and make sure you just go to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes you made right over here, it's gonna save into this player uh, game object prefab as well. Basically, if we move to project tab, then assets, and then prefab, it's gonna be saved. We have player game object right over here, it's gonna be saved right over here as well. So if we just select this player game object from that prefab folder and then go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, we can see sorting layer adjust with player as well over here. So I'm gonna go to that one more time, and now if we just click on this play button in the top, we should hope that it's gonna work fine. Just wait. And if we collect these coins and then jump off this Suriken, and that's pretty fine, and we can kill this enemy is gone by now. So just wait to, and we can see the tree is not just messing with our player game object, and the player layer is in front of this tree layer, you can say, and that's pretty fun. And we can collect the keys. That's cool. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead of showing max health like this, we're gonna create a 3 heart, something like that. And once this player game object takes damage, we're gonna lose 1 heart. To do so, we will select player game object in the hierarchy. So let's select that, and let's go over to player script, and let's open up the player health where, so we can see it right over here. We have given max health, as you can see, which is 50. So I'm gonna set it to something over like 3, and let's open that up by double clicking on it. And before we do, I'm gonna click on reload. I'm gonna move over to Unity, and let's go to canvas, and if to focus on that canvas, and click right over here. I'm gonna drag my canvas in the top of my hierarchy, and let's go to items, and then we have heart icon. So I'm gonna select this max health text. So I'm gonna delete that one, we don't need it. Instead, we're gonna create 3 heart or 5 hearts, something like that. So let's create 5 hearts. To do so, what we will do, we're gonna create an empty game object first, and we're gonna call that one something like heart holder. So let's right click on this items game object, make sure just right click on it, and then create an empty game object. And this game object, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to inspector, then rect transform, and click right over here, and hold down alt and select this bottom right one, and the game object just gonna resize as the size of our canvas. And what we will do, I'm gonna rename, I'm gonna drag it top of and this items game object first, and I'm gonna rename to something like hearts, or hearts, let's call it hearts. It's gonna hold up all of the hearts, and we're gonna take this heart icon right now. Let's take that and drag it right over here, and we cannot do that. So what we have to do, we need to select this items game object first. So let's select that, and then go over to overrides and apply, click on apply all. So the changes you made, it's gonna be saved right away. So now if I just select this heart icon and drag it, we still cannot do that because we need to open up the prefab. So just click on this open prefab, and it's gonna open up. So I'm gonna select my heart icon, let's select that and drag it top of this hearts game object. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna duplicate this heart icon sometimes. So to duplicate, control D to duplicate, and we cannot able to see, I'm gonna duplicate about something like 5 times, 5 times, or let's leave it to 3. So I'm gonna leave it to 3. And now what we will do, what we're gonna do now, To make it or expand to see all of the hearts, we're gonna add a grid layout group to this parent game object. So that's why we just created an basically empty game object, and then we just drag it all of the game objects right there to basically do that thing. So we're gonna select the hearts game object now, which is holding all of our hearts. So we will select that game object in the hierarchy, and let's go over to inspector and then click on add component and find over there by typing grid by layout group. So just click on that and attach, and we indeed able to see. And the problem is that these are too much small, so let's make it a little bit bigger. To do so, we will go to inspector, scroll down grid layout group, and then click on this padding, and we can make this cell size. So let's make it something around 200, 200 by 200, 200, and still it seems pretty much small. So let's do 400 by 400 in the x and y. And it's saying what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make the x spacing a little bit small. So let's shrink down. So we're gonna do minus 100, around minus 100, or let's do around minus 400, but we cannot able to see. So let's drag it. So you can just play around with this number and you're gonna do you're gonna get everything. So I will do something around minus 250, and then go over to this padding. In the left we will do something around 10, not 10, let's leave it to 0. And in the right we're gonna do just play around with this value. So in the top we're gonna do a minus value, and in the left let's do minus something around this. This seems pretty much cool, so let's do around minus 120, and from the top I'm gonna do minus 100, and that seems pretty much cool. Let's just play, and I'm going to drag it a little bit down, and that seems perfect. I'm gonna make these hearts a little bit larger. To do so, let's do 500 cell size in the x and as well as in the y, and let's shrink down the spacing something around this, and let's just do it, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, and now this seems pretty much fine. So I'm gonna do minus 120, and in the left let's do around minus 150. In the y I'm gonna do something, and this fine, and it's done by now. So let's go back into the scene view. To go back, let's click on this arrow to go back now. So what we have to do, we need to link all of this heart. Basically we need all of these heart images to match up with our max health, and we have given max health to our player game object, which is 5 units. So let's open that up. So I'm gonna move over to that player script. So let's open up the player script, and let's remove the text over here from that, so we can see max health text. So let's remove that because we don't need this one. Instead what we need those image. So what we will do, we will make a serialized field, and that will be private. Even we still making private, it's gonna be public. Why? Because we just making that field serialized field. That's why we're gonna able to see underneath our player script, and those are images. Basically these three hearts, this one and this one is images. So that's why we have to type this image. And before you type image, make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace using Unity engine.ui. Why? Whenever you working with the UI in the Unity, you need to include this namespace. So make sure you just do it. And we have more than one image. As you can see, we have 3 images. So that's why we need and make an array. So to make an array, we have to type these square brackets, and we have to name the array what we want. So array basically just gonna hold multiple values. It can be anything like numbers, it can be game objects, even it can be images. So in our case, these images or these icons, and we can call this one something like heart icon. So let's call hearts. Instead let's call this one hearts, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see and field just gonna pop up. so we get an error. So if we just move over to console and then double click on this error message, we're saying that maxHealth text equal to maxHealth, and we don't know that. We just remove this maxHealth, so we don't have any current context. So if we just move to Unity and if we just go to console, we can see that maxHealth text does not exist in the current text. Basically we removed as you seen. So that's why we're going to remove this line of code as well. It's just throwing us an error, so let's remove that. And now let's press down Ctrl S to save our code. Let's move over to Unity. So we should expect to see an empty array just gonna appear underneath our player script in UI section, says hearts. So what we have to do, we need to drag one by one images right there. Instead of doing that, we're gonna approach a different way. So as you can see hearts and it says 0, so we don't have any heart. So let's go to canvas, then items, then hearts, and let's click right over here. You can select one heart, then drag one by one. Instead of doing that, we're gonna drag at once. To do so, in the inspector you can see lock button in the right section, so just click on to lock this inspector, and now we can select all of this heart, basically these three heart, by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to that hearts array or hearts section. As you can see, we have three hearts. So the first heart index is 0, as you can see. So this one index gonna be 0, and the second heart index is 1, and the third heart index is 2. So we can access any heart of this heart, or we can just set that to active or inactive. Or if we just what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to this inspector. Let's click on unlock to unlock that. And now if I select any of this heart, let's suppose this, if I select this first heart, so let's select that and then go move over to inspector and then image component. If I just set this to enable or disable, we can see the heart just getting disappear in the game view or in the scene view as well. And if I just enable, it's getting active. So we're gonna just set that to enable or disable depending upon how many health we have. So we're gonna link up this heart with our player max health, so it's gonna be set to it. To do so, let's go to script now, and let's select this player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's move over to this update function. So over here you can do anywhere you want, so I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. So let's do, so we will use this for loop, and double tap or on your keyboard twice, basically twice. Just press down tap on your keyboard twice, so it's gonna fill out the for loop right away for in your case. Basically it's gonna fill out the for loop structure, as you can see, and this for loop start from 0 and it's goes until this length. As a length, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass hearts, basically hearts dot length. So heart dot length, what does it mean right over here? Hearts dot length basically means how many heart we have. So if we move to Unity, we can see we have 1, 2 and 3, so 3 hearts. So this hearts dot length right over here gonna be 3. So this for loop just gonna run until it hits 3. So let's suppose it start from 0, 0, and 0 we do know that it's lesser than 3, so this is gonna be 3, so 0 is lesser than 3. So this just gonna this for loop, whatever you write in between these curly brackets, now it's gonna be execute, and after that it is gonna increase by 1. So I was 0, so 0 plus 1, as you can see, it just incrementing by 1. I plus plus basically means adding 1 unit, so 0 plus 1 gonna be 1. So the second time this for loops, this I is now 1, this I is 1, and we do know that 1 is still lesser than 3, so the condition over here still getting true. So that's why whatever you're gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute right, is still gonna execute. So now I is 1, so 1 plus 1 just gonna be 2 by now. And this I over here right now is 2, and 2 is still lesser than 3. So it's gonna run. So and now it's gonna add up to 1. So 2 plus 1 gonna be 3, and now I is now 3. So this one is 3, I basically 3, and 3, we do know that 3 is not lesser than 3. 3 is equals to 3, or 3 equals to 3. So the condition over here getting false. So that's why right now whatever you gonna run write in between these curly brackets right now, it's not gonna be execute. So it's gonna run about, I guess, 3 times, because this hearts dot length is 3, and I start from 0. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check right over here. We will check if I is lesser than max health, and if that is the case, we're gonna do something else. We're gonna do another thing. So we do know that max health, as we have passed 0, if we move to Unity and select this player game object, then go over to inspector, then player escape, we can see as a max health we have passed 3. So this one right over here gonna be 3. So I in the start, I just gonna be 0. So 0 is lesser than 3, we do know. So what we want in that situation, we want to active all of these hearts, this first one, this second one, and this third one as well, until and unless this max health is something like 4. If this max health is 4, then this gonna not gonna run whatever we write in between these curly brackets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to hearts I. Hearts, basically you have to type the array name, which is hearts, and you need to make this square brackets. So if we pass right over here 0, 0 basically referencing the first heart. So if we just move to hierarchy and then go over to canvas, items, and hearts, so 0 is basically means the first heart, and index second one index is the second heart, and index 2 is the third heart. So if we just pass 0 right over here, it's gonna be the first heart. So instead of passing 0, we're gonna pass this I. So this I can be 0 1 2 1 2, but it's not gonna be 3, because this hearts dot length right over here is 3, and we do know that 3 is not lesser than 3. So this I will be for the first time it's gonna be 0, and then it's gonna be 1, and then it's gonna be 2, and this 2 index is the third heart. So what we will do, we will set and then we will go to dot, we will use this enable, and we will set it to true, and close that up with some colon. And now let's suppose this max health something like, if this player game object takes damage, and by default we have given 3 units, so it's gonna lose 1 unit. So max health just gonna be 2. So this right over here gonna be 2. So 0 is still lesser than this 2. So this right over here gonna be 0. So the first heart just gonna be active. And if the max health something like is if the hearts I enable, so what we will do, we will set hearts and make this square brackets I dot enable, we're gonna set it to false. If the I is not lesser than this max health, it's max health, it's gonna run until this I is lesser than this max health. So so this just gonna be something like 0 1 and 2. So all of these heart just gonna be active. So once this max health right over here becomes 2, then this 2, this first one and the second one heart just gonna be active. Else what we doing, we just deactivating, we just going over to this heart icon, then going over to inspector, then this image, we just disabling that. And if we disable, we can see it just disappear from the UI, as you can see. So I'm just gonna set that to active. So in that situation, if the max health something like, if we even set it to something like 50 and we do know we don't have 50 hearts, so over here not gonna 50 hearts just gonna appear, it is still gonna active 3 hearts. Why? Because the hearts, how many hearts we have 3 hearts, so that's why. So Control S to save your code, and now let's move over to Unity, and we should able to see. So once we take damage, then this right over here just gonna be one of these hearts just gonna be deactive, and once we loses all of our health, then all of these hearts just gonna be deactive or just gonna be disabled. So let's click on this play button in the top by now. If it seems pretty much complicated, this line of code, I will make a separate video in the future for explaining. I hope I didn't explain this one as well. I will give a link in the description for now by Blackthorn Prot. I will have a video by him. I'm gonna give in the description, so you can go and check that out if you want to make this one clear a little bit. And I will definitely gonna make in future a tutorial about this one. So I hope you get the idea. And now if I just go back to Unity and hit this play button to play game, and let's have a look. So once we loses health, we should able to see this heart just gonna be deactive one by one. So let's take, and indeed if we can see, and we died. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea, and if you didn't just get it well, I will give a link in the description by Blackthorn Prot. I will have a video on this in this, and I will also gonna make a video in this topic totally in future. So don't worry if you didn't understand it well. It does for now. It's you can just grasp by the for loops. For now you can just leave that. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your code. So when we die, we just setting that game over UI or that game over panel to be active right away. So if I just click on this play button in the top by now and then try to die, you will see that we just dying right away, and we just showing that right away instantly. So we don't want to do that. If I just get, as you can see, indeed that game over UI or that panel just gets active right away. We don't want this. What we want instead, we're gonna drag it will be bottom something like over here, and then we will slowly drag in, and it's gonna play and set is our out expo animation something like that we want. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do so, we're gonna use LeanTween. We need to import in our project LeanTween. So I will give a link in the description of LeanTween. You can go ahead and you can add to your assets, and once you've done, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then package manager, and over here go to select my assets, and then search for LeanTween over here. So search for LeanTween, and then you're gonna get a download button. So just click on download and then click on this import button, and I already have imported, so I'm not gonna do that. So I'm gonna click on this cancel. I have it in my project tab. So if I just cut this tab and then move over to project tab, assets, and then move to, I have it over here, LeanTween. As you can see, I have it over here. So I don't want to install that anymore. Sorry, I don't want to import that one more time or multiple times. And let's go or open up the script where we setting that game over UI to be active right away. So we're doing inside our player game object. So whenever the player game object dies, we just setting that active right away, so or instantly, immediately. So let's go to hierarchy and let's select this player game object, and let's open up that script. So we can see the UI title right over here. We can see game over panel right over here panel. So let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and we're setting that here game over panel dot set active true. So basically we instantly setting. So before we do this thing, we need to move over to Unity one more time, and let's select this panel, and select this panel or this game over UI game object, and then go over to inspector and set this active, and select the panel, not the game over UI or the parent game object. Instead select this panel, and let's by default we're gonna drag it in the bottom somewhere around here, and it's fine. And once the player game object dies, we're gonna bring up slowly, and it's gonna play a something like it will go up a little bit, and it's gonna be go down to adjust in center, so it's gonna play a little bit animation. So that is fine. To do so, let's go to script. So we need a reference of this panel, and we do know. So if we just scroll up in our script, we can see we have a reference of that panel. So make a serialized field private game object game over panel, and once you just go to Unity, then select this player game object and select this panel and drag it over to this game over panel right there. Make sure you just drag the reference, so we have the game over panel now, and we can do what we want to do. So let's go to script and let's scroll down where we're setting that active over in the bottoms over here. So let's remove that. Instead of what we will do, so let's remove that. Instead we will go to that game over panel, and then we're gonna access the transform of it. So basically we just going over to this game over panel. If I select this panel, and then we just accessing the transform of this panel, and then we're gonna use this. We imported the LeanTween, so we're gonna use this dot lean move local y. Make sure you just using this lean move local y, and make this first bracket. Why we pass y? Because in the y axis we want to bring it in the center. In the y axis we don't want to do in the x axis or z axis, which is the depth one. We only want to work with y axis, or we're gonna bring up in the y axis. So that's why. And this over here as a first argument, it's gonna take the position. So we're gonna move it in the center of our game, or this into center of this canvas, you can say. So that's why in the y we're gonna pass 0f, which is mean in the y axis center, and the comma, it's gonna take the time as a second parameter. So you can pass something like 1f, basically means 1 second, but I'm gonna choose a something a less number, something around 0.8f, and then we're gonna use this set. You can just close that off with semicolon, but the animation over here not gonna be it's gonna go over to center, and it will not gonna play any animation or smooth out, something like this game over panel, something it will go slowly, and suddenly it's gonna increase his speed to go to the center position. So it's gonna make a some certain animation, you can say. To use that, what you have to do after doing all of these things, dot, you can use anything you want, like set is out expo elastic, whatever you want. So I'm gonna use this one. It makes pretty much cool, this one. So I'm gonna use that, enter set it, and make sure you just make this first bracket, because this is a function to do that thing. And once you've done, control s to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity, and let's have a look on that. And we can use the LeanTween as well as, or some tween library, to move this Suriken smoothly from one point to another, or to make an animation perfect. And now if I just click on this play button in the top, by now let's have a look. Once the player game object dies, this game over panel, or this panel, just gonna bring up automatically into center, and it's gonna play the animation. So let's have a look. So if I just die, as you can see, indeed it just plays the animation. It's firstly it's go once it's started going up, it's go fastly, and after some amount of time it's goes into or with smooth movement, you can say. And it's fine, and we can do the same thing with our game victory UI. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's do this or apply the same thing for our game victory UI. So I'm gonna select the game victory UI in the canvas in hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, check this box, and let's select the game this panel one, not select the child one, or this sorry, parent one, which is the game victory. We will select this panel one. And what we will do, firstly let's go to our script or player script. And once the player wins somewhere, so we can see over here player game object wins. So we setting this victory UI that to be active right away, so we don't want to do that, so we can just remove this line of code. And now what we can do, we will go to Unity and let's select this panel and let's bring it in the bottom, somewhere around here at the position of our game over UI, somewhere around here, and it's pretty much fine, I guess. You can drag it in the bottom wherever you want. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to script and make sure you also have the reference of that game over a victory UI or a victory panel. So instead of saying victory UI, I'm gonna say something like victory UI panel. So let's set victory UI uh, panel, sorry, UI panel, and Control S to save your code. So make a serialized field private game object victory UI panel, and then Control S on your keyboard to save your code, and then move over to Unity. Firstly, you need to drag the reference in your player script, which is in our case this game victory UI. We need to drag the reference right there. So I'm gonna select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that panel game victory. So make sure select the panel, not the game victory game object. So I'm going to select the panel, let's select that and drag it over to this victory UI panel. And now let's go over to Unity and we're gonna do the same thing. So what we can do, we can go to down and let's copy that line of code by Control C. Control C, I'm gonna copy that and let's paste it over here. So instead of this game over panel, this is gonna be our victory UI panel. So we're gonna pass victory UI panel, and then we're going to transform of that panel, and then we just moving in the center in the Y axis, as you can see 0, so it's gonna be center, and you can choose the time as well. And for this one, I'm gonna use another curve or another curve animation. That will be something like set is, you can use any it's totally up to you what you want to use. I'm gonna use for this one bounce one and this sim scroll. So make this first bracket. So using LeanTween makes our animation lot more cool, or the panel animation. You can use anything like setting the alpha, which is fading out and fading in. I will make a future tutorial on the LeanTween as well. So for now you can use these things to make your game lot more cool. And Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So make sure you just press down Control S. So I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity. So once we collect the key, I'm gonna make the rigid body of this player a little bit high because it doesn't seem good. So I'm gonna select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this player script to collapse it at once, and let's click on this rigid body to expand. And I'm gonna make the gravity scale something around 5 I'm gonna make. And let's click on this to collapse, and let's click on this player script to expand. You can just click to expand and collapse at once. So I'm gonna make the jump height something around 25 by now, and make sure you just go over to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes you made over here in this player game object in the hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into prefab of that player game object as well. So let's click on this play button by now, and let's have a look on this. So once we collect the key, we should able to see that's gonna bring up in the center position, and it will be fine. So just wait, and we can see our jumping is now a lot more cool. I think the jump height is little more high, so we can make it smaller. For now let's leave it. So I'm gonna kill this enemy. Okay, last time we have to kill. Let's, let this enemy to go that direction. Let's kill. Hey, we died. So let's click on this retry to retry the level. It's pretty much I'm gonna add some traps. So what we have to do, I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead I'm gonna give one health to that enemy game object. So I'm gonna go over to hierarchy. Let's select this enemy game object where we have in. So I'm gonna click on this canvas to collapse at once. So let's select this enemy game object. Let's go over to inspector and max health. Let's file max health. Over here we have, so I'm gonna give 1 unit. So at one attack, that enemy just game objects gonna destroy immediately. So let's click on this play button at one glance. Let's pass through this Suriken. We have to pass through. So at once we will destroy our enemy game object and it's done. So just wait to this one to go up, and now if we collect this key, we should able to see that victory UI, as you can see indeed, and it's pretty nicely just plays the animation. And we can just click on this next. Currently this next button doing nothing. You can just copy or you can just go to project tab, then assets, and then scene. You can just duplicate this level 1 by control D and change some environments, and you can call that scene or that level to something like level 2. So you can just, once you click on this next button, you can pass that level name or the scene build index of it, you can pass to load up that level as well. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and you can do this LeanTween with any animation you like setting the alpha or like fading out and in, you can just use. So if we, so I'm gonna show you a one example for that. So if I just go to uh, script, so something like over here I can just do this victory UI panel dot, I will go to that transform, then I can use this lean alpha, sorry, we can just choose around over here, or you can just get the image component right over here. You can use this get component, and the component you looking for something like image, and then you can make this first bracket, then you can use this lin, sorry, then lin, I don't know why it's not getting, so we can just do use lin, and you can see a lot of function over here. Lin color, as you can see, so we can use lin color dot and we can just pass the color what we want. So just play around with this LeanTween and you're gonna get all of these things. So I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna just do it, and make sure you just go to your project and press down Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far. It's gonna be saved right away. Whenever the player game object collide on this ground, I want a dust particle effect, something like that. I want to have it. To do so, I'm gonna move over to project tab, then assets, and then sprites. I have a dust folder over here, and I have all of the sprites that I need. Also, I will give a link in the description of this dust particle. You can just go and check it. So I'm gonna select any of them because we have to make the animation, and before we make the animation, I'm gonna select my enemy, any of game object in hierarchy, and I'm gonna press down if to focus on that, so we can focus on it. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's select that and drag it over to hierarchy, sorry, in the scene view or into the hierarchy. The problem is that we cannot able to see the dust, basically it's pretty much small. So to make it bigger, we're gonna select all of the sprite sheet by holding down shield and go over to inspector and choose pixel per unit to something like 16. And because this is an pixel art, so we need to choose filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, scroll down, click on this apply button, and we are now able to see. And what we want this dust effect or dust particle effect all the way up. It should not be behind of our player game object, behind of our tree game object, or this coin as well. We want this to be in front of all of these things. To do so, what we're gonna do, firstly I'm gonna select that game object and let's drag it top up in hierarchy, and let's call it something like dust effect. Let's call it dust effect, And what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this dust effect as a dust effect layer. To do so, select the game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, sprite renderer, and over there sorting layer we're gonna choose basically, so click on sorting layer and click on add sorting layer. So hit this plus icon and name the sorting layer what you want, but I'm gonna not gonna name it something like dust effect layer. I want to assign this dust effect as a key layer. Why? Because the key layer, as you can see, it's you can all of basically it's in front of all of the from all of these objects. So that's why I'm gonna assign this dust effect as a key layer. So I'm gonna select this one. Let's click on this minus to remove it. Let's go to dust effect game object one more time, or basically select in hierarchy, then move over to inspector, sprite renderer, sorting layer. I'm gonna choose key. Now we can see this dust effect in front of our player game object as well as from all of the layers, and we are ready to create the animation which gonna play the dust effect. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, sprites, and then dust. We're gonna select all of the sprite by holding down shift and just drag it top of this dust game effect game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will go to assets, then animation, and then we will go to idents animation, and we can call this one something like dust underscore effect, dust underscore effect, and then click on save. And if we select this animation tab from here and then hit this play button, we can indeed able to see that just playing over again and again. And what we want to do, you can just change the pivot point of this dust effect. So it's because we want to show this dust effect or this dust particle effect from fit our player game object or bottom, from the bottom we want to spawn. So we can change the pivot point of this dust effect to something like bottom, somewhere around here we want to make it. To do so, what you have to do, you need to go to project tab and select all of the sprite of dust effect, and then move over to sorry, you need to select one by one, I guess. So one by one, and if we select all of them we not getting, so you can select first and then go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, and then what you can do, so the pivot point we can see it's over in the center, so we're gonna make it in the bottom center. So how you can do, you need to select that and you can see pivot and it says center, so just click on it and you can select this bottom center, and after doing that click on this apply button. And now if we just choose this, we can see the pivot point is now bottom of this dust effect. So we can do with all of these sprites. So I'm going to select the second one as well. Let's select a center to bottom center. So why we doing this, because we want to spawn this dust effect from feet of our player game object or bottom from these legs we want to. So whenever this player game object collide with this ground, so we want to spawn this right away from this feet our player game object. So that's why. And make sure you just click on this apply button in the top. Let's do with all of this. So we will select bottom center, let's click on apply, and let's select the last one, bottom center, and then click on this apply button in the top. And if we gonna select this, and what we're gonna do now, if we select this dust effect and then select this animation tab and hit this play button, we can see animation is playing and pivot point is now over here. I hope you are able to see that the pivot point, and we are ready to spawn. Before we spawn, what I want to do, I don't want this animation to play over again. Basically, if I select the dust game object in the hierarchy and hit this play button, as you can see it just playing over again and again. I don't want to do it. To stop that, we're gonna move over to project tab and make sure you just sorry, it doesn't need to be, so go over to project tab, then assets, animation, basically where you created or place that dust effect animation clip, you need to move over to that folder. So we will go to items and we can see it right over here. This is dust effect animation clip, and don't want to loop this animation. So what I can do, select that clip, go over to inspector and loop time, uncheck this. Now the animation not gonna be looped over again. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this a prefab because we don't want to show right away in the game. Instead we want to show this up once whenever this player game object collide with this ground. At that moment we're gonna show that up. So let's select this dust effect game object and let's drag it over to that prefab folder. So we're gonna select that and let's drag it over to that prefab folder right over here. And now let's select this dust effect game object in the hierarchy. Let's delete that, and we're gonna show up once this player collide with this you can say with this ground in that moment. So let's open up the player script where player is colliding, or we can create and separate script as well if you want, but I'm gonna go inside my player script. So or I want to do in my player script. So I'm gonna select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, then player script, and let's open that up by double clicking on it. And we can check it over here on trigger. So this function right over here on collision inter 2D, as you can see on collision inter 2D. So basically this function get called when we collide with something, and we checking right over here whatever we colliding with that. If that game object has tag ground, as you can see, then what we're doing, we are able to jump for the next time, and we playing the jump animation clip. So this function get called when we collide with something, and we checking if we colliding with that ground. So if we collide with this ground, then we want to show that particle or dust effect. So we're gonna show it up over here. So make sure you include this this function on collision inter 2D function in your script, and then check right over here that whatever you colliding with it, that if that game object has a ground tag, then you should do that thing. And we do know that we assign it this ground as a ground tag. So if I move over to hierarchy and then move to create and click right over here and select this ground tile, and then move over to inspector, as you can see I have tag as a ground tag. So just click on that and click on add tag, hit this plus icon, name the tag what you want, name it something like ground, and then move over to that ground game object one more time and tag assign that ground. I already have assigned it this ground as a ground tag, so I'm just colliding with this. So I want to show up. So let's go to script, let's create a function for it. We can make it somewhere around here, it doesn't have to, you can create anywhere you want. So I'm gonna make it a void. So I'm making void for function, and we not marking as a private or public. So by default this function gonna marked as a private function, and it doesn't need to be public because we don't want to call this function from another class. We just want to call this function within this class, so that's why. And we can call this something like dust show dust effect. Let's call it show dust effect, and first make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to show that up or this does effect. And we do know in order to show or spawn, we have to use this instantiate function. And this instantiate function as a first argument, it's gonna take the a game object you want to show. So in our case we want to show that does effect, so we need a reference of that game object to show up over here. So let's make this one comment by double slash, so it's not gonna interrupt our code, and we can go to top of our class because we need those variables. So we're gonna make a somewhere around here. So let's do it top of over here underneath movement. So let's make a header first. We're gonna give a title, so header, and make this first bracket, and in quotation you can give a title or the name of the title what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like dust effect. And after that let's make serialized field, and let's make it private, and we need a reference of that game object which is dust effect. So that's why we're gonna type game object, and we can call this one something like dust effect prefab. So let's call it dust effect, sorry, does effect prefab and close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, we need a position from where we want to show. So we want to show a bottom of our player game object, and we don't know. If we select the player game object in the hierarchy and then click right over here, we can see we only have a attack point. So we need a point, so somewhere we're gonna drag it over here, and from that point we want to show. So we're gonna create a something like checkpoint or bottom point we can call. So let's right click on this player game object and let's create an empty tile game object, and we can call this game object something like round check or something like you can do, or dust point, let's call it instead dust point. And then select this move tool from here and let's move it bottom of our player game object somewhere around here. So drag it where you want to show up. So I want to show up from over here, and you can choose an icon as well. So to do so, go over to inspector and click on this box. So I'm going to choose this one, and this is pretty fine. And make sure you just go to player game object, then overrides, and then click on apply all. And now we have the point, dust point, and let's go to script. And so we need a reference of this point as well, because we want to show that up from over here. So that's why. So let's make another serialized field, and that will be private as well, and that will be transform means position you can say. And we can call this one something like dust effect point. So let's call it dust point instead, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see that just gonna pop up underneath our player script a dust effect section. So what we have to do right there, we need to basically we need to drag it right there, the reference, firstly the dust effect game object, basically what we want to show up, and the second thing is the position. And just wait, and in player script we can see a field does effect, and does effect prefab it says none. So let's drag the game object right over here, or the dust effect we want to show up. So let's go to project tab, assets, and then prefabs. We have the dust effect as we drag it as a prefab. Let's find it out. So we have this one over here, so let's select that and drag it over to this dust effect prefab. And the second thing, it's gonna take the point from where you want to show. So let's drag this point right there. So let's select this dust point from this player game object and drag it right there, and we can see we have now dust effect game object as well as the point where we want to show up. So let's go to script, and let's go to that function what we showing. So over here, so let's remove this slashes. So as a first argument, this gonna take the game object what we want to show up, or which game object we want to show up. So in our case, does effect prefab. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position from where we want to show up. So we're gonna pass does point dot, make sure you just type dot position because we need the position. So we showing this dust effect at this point, and we know as a dust point we drag it this dust point right there. So from here we're gonna show that out. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So we don't want any rotation, something like that. So we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, and close that up with semicolon. So we need to call this function as well. If we don't call this function, then this does effect prefab not gonna show up from this point with no rotation. So what we have to do, we need to call this function. So where we gonna call this function, we're gonna call this function whenever this player game object collide with this ground from there. So at that point we're gonna call that function, and we do know that we colliding over here, something over here we colliding, as you can see on collision enter. And we do know that this function get called when we collide with something, and we checking over here whatever we collided with, if that game object has tag ground, as you can see. And we do know we just colliding with this ground, so we're gonna call this function which is show does effect. And this function just gonna do the rest thing. So let's call it right over here, so which is show task effect, and make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity, basically where we colliding with this ground. At that point, at that moment, we just calling that function, and what that function is doing, it just showing up the dust effect from our this task point of player game object. So let's have a look firstly, and just wait for to compile. And if we just click on this play button by now, and make sure you just drag the reference one by one, firstly the dust effect prefab and the dust point, else you're gonna get some errors or Unity just gonna complain right away instantly. So as you can see, whenever we collide with this ground, we can see the dust effect just showing up from our bottom of our player game object. So as you can see, we are showing, but the problem is that this dust effect just laying on this scene or in the game, as you can see. And if we move to hierarchy then scroll down, we can see so many dust effect clone or copy. So what we have to do, we need to destroy this after some times, or our game just gonna at some point frame rate will gonna shrink down. So why? Because it's gonna hold too many game objects. So after a certain period of time, we also need to destroy this dust effect. We don't want this dust effect to laying around in the game or in the scene as well as in the hierarchy. So we also need to delete or destroy. So let's get out of play mode, and in order to destroy that, firstly we need to check after how much time it's just completing the whole animation clip, and after that amount of time we need to destroy. To check that, let's open up that dust effect game object from that prefab folder by double clicking on it. And if we select this dust effect game object in the hierarchy and then move over to animation and hit this play button, we can see 0.3 seconds it's just completing the whole animation clip, as you can see. So we can pass a number something like 0.31 to give a little movement to stay in the game, and after that right away it's gonna destroy. So we have the time right now. So let's go back into the scene view, and let's open up the script. So we're showing this dust effect, as you can see, at this point with no rotation. So after spawning, let's store this dust effect, basically whatever we instantiated or show it up or spawn it, we're going to store this into another game object container. Why? Because this dust effect prefab game object is also a game object, so that's why we're going to store into another game object. So let's create a game object, and we can call this one tame dust effect. Let's call it tame dust effect set equal to this. Tame over here basically means temporary, so tame dust effects, firstly we spawning that dust effect prefab at this point, basically we instantiated at this point from our bottom of our player game object. And what we have done, we stored that dust effect game object into this tame dust effect game object. This does effect prefab game object, basically in a container we just put it. So what we have to do now, we also need to destroy that container, or basically where we store it, we also need to destroy. So to destroy, we're going to go to next line. We have to use this destroy function, and this destroy function, we do know it's going to take as a first argument the game object you want to destroy. So we're going to destroy this tame does effect game object, comma, as a second parameter you can specify the time. And if you just don't specify the time and just close this with one argument or parameter, then this game object just gonna destroy right away, and we don't want to do that. After completing the whole animation clip, we want to destroy that. So that's why as a comma second argument we're gonna pass the amount of the the time, you can say. So we're gonna pass something around 0.31f and close that up with semicolon. So firstly we instantiated this dust effect prefab at this point with no rotation, and after that we stored that dust effect into this temp dust effect container or a variable, and we also destroying that container at this after this much of time. So we stored it firstly and we also destroyed that where we stored it after this amount of time, which is 0.31 f. Because why? After this amount of time it's completing the whole animation clip, so that is the reason. Control S to save your code, and now let's move over to Unity. We should able to see that that's effect just gonna destroy after 0.31 f second or zero point 0.3 second it's gonna destroy. Let's have a look on this. And now if we click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look. So if I just jump, as you can see, whenever we jump we are playing that animation clip. But the problem is that we also just playing that in you can say when we collide with top ground, because whenever we collide with the top ground, at that moment we just spawning. So what we can do in order to avoid that, we can make a square or a point, a circle around this our, you can say, player game object. And if that circle collide with this ground, then we gonna jump, or as well as we're gonna play the dust effect, and we don't want to. So when we collide with the top ground, we can see we just playing the dust effect one more time because we colliding with that. So that is the reason. So we can avoid that by creating a circle around our player game object, or we can just make the height a little low. So sorry, little low, so we can just do it. Let's give it a moment. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, player game object somewhere around here, and that circle gonna check if that circle collide with this ground. At that moment we want to jump, and if that circle is not colliding with this ground, then no, we not gonna jump. To do so, let's select the player game object in the hierarchy and let's open up the player script. Let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio, and let's go where we jumping. So I'm gonna scroll down. So we have the jump, as you can see. We just making our player jump over here. So before we jump we're gonna check. So before we do, let's create a function for that. So we're gonna call it something like ground check. Let's do in update function somewhere around here. So to create a circle bottom or fit our player game object, we have to use this function. It's called physics 2D. So we're gonna use the same function. So let's use physics 2D dot overlap circle, and this function right over here, as a first argument it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So if we move to Unity and select this player game object in the hierarchy, we're gonna create the circle from this feet of our player game object. From this dust point you can, or let's create another point to check from this ground or from our bottom of our player game object. So let's create a variable, and the second thing it's gonna take the radius, and the third argument it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So we want to target this ground, so as a layer mask we're gonna pass ground. So let's make this one comment for now by double slash, and let's go to top of our class. Let's make a field for our ground check. So we can make somewhere around over here. So let's give it a title firstly. Let's make this header, and let's give a title. We can give the title something like ground check. Let's call it ground check, and then ground check, and make serialized field private, private, that will be the point from where we want to create. So let's create transform, means position you can say, and we can call this something like ground check position, ground check point, ground check point. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's create another serialized field, private, and that will be float, and we can call radius, check radius, ground check radius, let's call it ground check radius, radius, radius. And by default we're gonna set it to something like 0.5f. And third argument we have to give, so let's make a serialized field that will be private, and we're gonna call it, that will be layer mask, and we can call ground check layer, ground check layer, and close that out with semicolon. Control S to save your code. So we need to assign this variable one by one, so let's do it. So Control S to save your code and move over to Unity. So you're gonna see an empty field gonna appear, says ground check. We should create scriptable object instead of this. I'm gonna make on a scriptable object. How you can use scriptable object to define some variables in future tutorial, and I already have a video on this, so you can go and check that out on Melee Combat. I guess I have. So I will go to down. So as you can see, ground check, and it says none. So let's create a ground check point. So we're gonna right click on this player game object, and let's create an empty child game object, and let's call it ground ground check, ground checkpoint. And let's go to transform, select this move tool over here, and let's move it somewhere. Sorry, so I'm gonna move this one over here. Let's select an icon for this. I'm gonna select this one, and this one seems pretty much good. And what we're gonna do, select the player game object and select this ground check and drag it there in ground check field right over here. And ground check radius is 0.5, and ground check layer, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose ground. And before you choose ground, make sure you just select the ground tile, basically this ground tile. So I'm gonna move over to grid and then choose this ground tile, select that, go over to inspector in the right and assign as a tag ground. If it's not, then click on add tag and hit this plus icon, name the tag what you want, something like name it ground. As you can see, I have it over here. Then go over to that game object one more time and then go to inspector and assign that to ground. I already assigned it, so I'm not gonna do that. And let's make sure you just select the player game object as well, and then move over to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes you made over here, it's gonna be saved of this player game object of prefab into prefab of this player game object as well. And now let's go to script, and we have all of those variables now, or we assign it. So let's remove these two slashes from here. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the point. So let's pass ground check point dot position. And the second, make sure you just type dot position because we need the position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So let's pass ground check ground check radius, sorry, ground check radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer marks. So let's pass ground check layer, ground check layer. And we do know that as a ground check layer we have passed the ground, so it's only gonna check that circle. The circle will be created at this bottom of our player game object, somewhere around here, basically from this ground checkpoint. And that circle gonna check for this ground only. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this function right over here, it's gonna return us true or a false value. So if the circle is really colliding with that ground, basically this ground, then this function over here gonna give us a true value, or else it's gonna give us a false value. So let's store the result into a variable. So this is a work like as a collision, so that's why we're gonna type collider 2D because that work as a collision, and we can call this something like call info or collision info. Let's set equal to this. So this collision info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this ground, then this function right over here gonna be true. So that's why this call info just gonna be true right away because we directly setting it. So in the next slide we will check if call info is equals to true, means the circle is really colliding with this ground, or you can just leave it like this, it also means true, and make some curly brackets. If that is the case, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true. Why? If we just check over here, we checking for second condition, if we pressing space key at the same time is ground is true, then we are making our player jump and then playing the jump animation clip, and after that we setting is ground to fall, as you can see. So we need to set this is ground parameter to true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with this ground or not. So if that circle is colliding with that ground, means this circle is really colliding with this ground, means the player game object standing on that ground. So at that moment we want to jump, and once the player in the air, so circle will not collide with this ground. So at that moment we're gonna set is ground parameter to false. Well, we don't want when we are on in the air, we don't want to jump when the player game objects in the air. So that is the thing. So we will set over here is called info is true, means the circle is really colliding with the ground. So we're gonna set is ground to equal to true, else we will check else the circle is really not colliding with the ground. That what we're gonna do, we're gonna set is ground to false, else is ground is to false. Basically circle is not colliding with the ground, then we setting is ground to false, as you can see. So control S to save your code, and now if we move over to Unity, we should hope that only we're gonna able to jump when the circle just gonna collide with this ground. Basically means we just standing on that ground or running on that ground, at that moment we are able to jump, and when we are in the air we're not gonna able to do it. And the problem is that we cannot able to see the circle. It would be nice if we able to see the circle, and we do not to draw the circle or to see the circle, we need to use another function. So we need to move over to our script and let's scroll down. Sorry, we have to use this on draw gizmo selected function. So you can ignore this function and just use this void on draw gizmo selected function. Basically this is Unity inbuilt function, so you have to type as it is over here, else it's not gonna work. So we're gonna check right over here, or to draw we're gonna use gizmos dot draw where sphere. To draw a circle we need to use this draw where sphere, and this function right over here as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you want to draw. So we're gonna draw from ground checkpoint dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So we're gonna pass ground check radius, and then close that off with semicolon. So it's gonna draw from this point with this much of radius. So before we draw the circle around this position ground check, what we have to do, we need to check if we really assign this ground check point to position or not. Basically means if we move over to Unity and then select this player skip in the inspector, if you drag this ground check right over here to this ground check, and something like this ground check says null and none, basically empty, this one is empty. But as you can see, if you haven't dragged, so this one's gonna be empty. But you can see right over here, this function is still try to find that ground check position and draws the circle with this much of, but it's not gonna get if that is empty. So that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So before we draw the circle, we need to check if we just drag it this ground check to this ground check or not. Basically if we assign it this ground check or not. So let's do that. So if we will check if ground check a ground check if it's equals to null basically means empty. If that is the case, then we're gonna type return. Basically this one, if we move to Unity, this one is says none, basically means empty. If it's the case, we need to stop drawing. Why? Because we don't have the position right there. So that is the thing. So if ground check is equals to none, empty, so what we're doing, we typing return, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you're gonna write, it will not be executed. So the circle will be stop drawing from that point if the ground check a point is null, basically empty. And now if we just press down Control S to save our code, but we do know that we assign it this ground check point, so this line of code just gonna ignore, and the circle gonna be drawn from that point. And Control S to save your code. So Control S to save your code. I'm really apologize for the noises coming out. And uh, and so what we have to do, we need to adjust the radius, so we can just ground check. So let's drag there. Sorry, if we select this player game object, we need to we cannot able to see ground check. So this one is ground check. So make sure you just go to the script, and if it's equals to null, then we typing return. So I'm gonna choose another color for that ground check. So we will to choose another color, you just have to use this gizmos dot color equal to, you can set any color you like. So I'm gonna set it to color dot something like yellow, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and then move over to Unity. The circle should be drawn from that ground checkpoint. If it's not, we have done some mistake and we need to figure it out. And now we get some error, we are not able to see. So if we select this player game object, make sure you go to overrides and apply all, and we we cannot able to see the circle. So if we select this player game object, we can play around with this, and we not able to see. So if we go to Unity, so what we will do, we will do over here some curly brackets. So if attack point, so let's move this line of code up. To move this, hold down Alt, so it's gonna move up. Sorry, select, sorry, you have to select whole, this whole line of code. So let's select that. Sorry, we not able to select. Let's card this instead. Control X for card, and let's paste it over here by Control V. And we're gonna make some curly brackets over here, and then we're gonna type inside this return, and make sure ground check point dot position and ground check radius. So now if we just press down Control S on our keyboard, it should be drawn. So Control S to save your code, and then move over to Unity. As you can see, now the circle has been drawn from this ground check. So we're gonna make the circle less, or the radius we're gonna make it less. To do so, let's select the player game object, and then move over to player script, and let's make this ground check somewhere around this much. Let's make it 0.2, and this is pretty fine. So if we just click on this play button in the top by now, we should able to jump at once we are standing on the ground or running on the ground. So let's have a look. So if I just, as you can see, we are able to jump only when we standing on the ground. So if I just click on this retry, I don't know, uh, once we collide with this, and let's jump, let's kill this enemy. We can ignore this fact for now. and we can click on menu and then click on play button to play our game one more time, and we can see we can play our game. Let's kill this enemy, and that is fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it. It makes a lot more easy, or a lot more you can say you're gonna have lot more grip of it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Now what we will do, we're gonna create a heart. So we can collect that heart, and if we collect that heart, we want to increase our health by 1 unit. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and the assets, and then sprites. I have it over here, so I'm gonna move over to items folder. Let's click right over here, and I have that in hearts folder, so I can see it over here. So I'm gonna select that and drag it over to scene view or in the hierarchy. So let's drag it over somewhere around here. So as you can see, we are not able to see. Why? Because this is pretty much small and we need to make it bigger. To make it bigger, what we will do, we will select both those sprite or this hard sprite. So let's select both of them by holding down shift and then move over to inspector and choose pixel per unit to a less number. Less pixel size mean this sprite just gonna be large in size, so we're gonna choose something around 16. And then this is an pixel art, so that's why we need to choose full filter mode to point no filter. And after doing all of these things, scroll down and then click on apply button. So as you can see, now we are able to see. And let's select the game object in the hierarchy, basically this sprite, and let's call it something like heart sprite. Because basically we're gonna create an empty game object, and that game object we're gonna make it parent, and this one will be child of that game object. Why are we gonna do that? Because we're gonna create two animation. One will be the shining of this heart sprite, and the other one will be the collected one, as we have done for this coin game object. We played the coin spinning and the coin collection, which is fading out when it goes up. So we're gonna do the same thing for this for this heart game object as well. So let's firstly rename this to I'm gonna call it heart sprite, and then go over to inspector. I'm gonna move over to hierarchy. Let's select this game object and drag it top of hierarchy so I can see all the time. And now let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like heart, and then we're gonna make this heart sprite or this heart image child of that game object. To do so, go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object, and you can call this game object whatever you want. So I'm gonna call it something like heart. So heart, and then go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and let's select this move tool from here. It's gonna be over here something. Select the move tool basically, and then I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. And if you want to choose an icon, you can do so. To do so, let's go over to inspector and then click on this box, and I'm gonna choose this green one, or let's suppose we're gonna choose something this one. And now let's select this heart game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy. And now let's select this heart sprite or this heart image. Let's select that and drag it top of this heart game object. And now we're gonna select the heart sprite or this coin image, then go over to inspector and then go to transform, right click and reset the transform. So it's gonna set the position of this heart sprite to the position. And if we select this heart game object by now and then select this move tool from here, we can see that if we move this game object by now, the heart sprite or the heart image just going with it. So that is the thing. So let's make the animation now. To make the animation, we're gonna select both of those sprite by holding down shift and then move it over to this heart sprite game object or this heart image, not the parent one, make sure. So just drag it onto this heart sprite and it's gonna create the animation right away. So we will go to assets, just click over here and let's go to assets. In assets, we created a animation folder, as you can see. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and we're gonna move over to items animation subfolder. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's create another subfolder for this heart. So I'm gonna right click, or you can just place the animation right over here as well, it's totally up to you. So we're gonna create a folder for that. So right click, then new folder, and let's call this folder something like heart animation. Let's call it heart animation, and let's open up that subfolder as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want. So this animation gonna be heart signing, or the heart just gonna be big and then small, it's gonna loop the animation, or we can call it something like heart or heart. Let's call it heart shining underscore shining, heart shining, sorry, shining. I'm really sorry if I just misspelling right there, heart shining, and then click on save. And now if we select this game object in the hierarchy and then move over to animation tab and hit this play button, we can see the animation indeed playing. But the problem is that it's just playing too much fast, or it just going, it just you can say it's becoming large in size, and it's going small in size. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna adjust the animation. To do so, make sure you select the game object in the hierarchy, which is hard sprite, and also you just click on this red button to record your animation. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna record this we're gonna copy these frames. To copy, select like this and control C to copy it, and we're gonna paste it somewhere around here. So drag the timeline somewhere around here and control V to paste, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here. And now let's select like this, and let's make spaces between these frames. And if we hit this play button now, we can see the animation is pretty fine, and you can just play around as well. So we can just scroll our mouse to zoom in and out to make the animation, basically to zoom in and out the timeline, and we can paste the animation over here. So if we hit this play button to play the animation, and I guess the animation is pretty fine, and we can check it, and we can paste the first frame. So let's select the first frame, control C for copy it, and let's paste it over here by control V. And now if we hit this play button, the animation looks so much good by now. And once you are satisfied with the animation, you can click on this red button to capture the animation, or you can just leave it like this, it's automatically gonna capture the animation. And we are ready to create the second animation. To do so, what we will do, we're gonna click right over here. So click over here in animation tab, and then click on create a new clip, and you have to name the clip what you want. So I'm gonna call this one something like heart collected or heart fate, something. Once the player game object collide with this game object, basically the heart game object, then we should play this animation clip. So we can call this one something like heart underscore fate, and then click on save. And in this animation, what we want, this heart should go up, and then it should just fade out by over time. To do so, make sure you just click on this record button to capture the animation, and we're gonna move over to 1 frame 1 second, something like this. And in this second, what we want, so select the heart sprite game object in the hierarchy, and then move over to inspector, then transform, and in the Y we're gonna drag some amount. Before you do, make sure you just click on this red button to capture the animation. So we're gonna move it up something like this, and then and if we hit this play button right over here in animation tab, we can see indeed the heart just going up. And after going up over time, we want to fade this out. And to fade this out, so we're gonna move to 1 seconds, or 1 seconds in timeline in animation, then go over to sprite renderer, select the heart sprite game object in the hierarchy, and then go over to sprite renderer, click on this color background, sorry, click on this fill, And what we're going to do, we're going to make the A. So in the bottom you can see we're going to drag this all the way down. So as you can see, if we're shrinking down, we can see it just fading out. And now if we just click on this play button one more time, we can see the animation indeed playing. It's going up, and over time it's just fading out. So that is the thing. And once you satisfy, let's click on this, or you can just leave it like this. It's automatically gonna capture the animation. So if we now move over to project tab and then go to assets, then animation. In animation we created a subfolder. So basically let's go over to items animation. In items animation we also created another subfolder, which is in our case heart animation, as you can see. So we're gonna go there. So we can see two animation clip right over here. So one is heart fade out, fade, and heart shining. So what we want, we don't want that animation clip to be looped, which is the heart fading out. It's going up and over time it fading out, and we don't want to play the animation clip over again and again. Once this player game object collect that heart, we just want to increase by one, increase our health by one in unit, and after that we just totally destroy. So we don't want to play that animation clip over again and again, which is playing the heart going up and fading out over time. So we're going to select the clip from that folder, select that, and then go over to inspector. You can see loop time, so we're going to uncheck that. So basically we not looping. And what we will do now, we're going to select the heart game object. So make sure you just select the parent one, not the child one. Select that, and let's add some component. So first thing, we're going to add a rigid body, and we will set the gravity scale to 0, or we will set to kinematic, so it's not going to fall down due to our gravity. To do so, click on add component, select the game object first, the parent one, make sure, and then find here by typing rigid body 2D and attach that, and click to expand. And we're gonna set body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous. And then what we will do, we will add up one more component for collision detection. We will add a polygon collider, or you can add any collider you like, and to fit it correctly. So let's click on this add component one more time, and let's find by typing polygon collider 2D. Or what else you can do, you can just click on that cut and then go to physics 2D in the bottom, and then over here you can find that. So we are looking for polygon collider 2D, so we can see this over here. So let's select that, and let's click to expand, and click over here in edit collider to edit the collider. So we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our coin sprite. So we're gonna make it, so adjust that as the size of your coin sprite. So just make it, and this seems pretty much cool. And make sure once you are done, and then once you are done, click on this is trigger box. So it's not gonna register our player to pass through this heart, but it's gonna check for collision. So once you're done, click over here to get it done, and now we are done. And what we want to do, we want to assign this hard game object as a hard tag, so we can know what game object we colliding with. To do so, make sure you select the hard game object, the parent one, and then go over to inspector, click on tag, which is says untag, and then click on add tag, and let's hit this plus icon to add a tag. So we're gonna call this one hard heart, and then click on save, and then move over to that game object one more time and assign that tag, tagged untagged to heart. Now we assign it this heart game object as a heart tag, and make sure you select the parent game object, basically the heart one, and as well as you make that one prefab. So we're gonna not gonna lose it, and when we want to duplicate this one. To do so, let's select the heart game object, select that from the hierarchy, and drag it over to that prefabs folder. So we're gonna select that and drag it over to prefab folder. Now it's turned it into a prefab, and we have our heart game object. And let's drag it somewhere around here, And if we just click on this play button in the top, by now we should able to see this over here. Basically this heart game object just gonna play the animation clip right away. So just wait, and once it's done you're gonna able to see that. And indeed we are able to see heart animation is just playing over again and again. But if we try to collect this heart game object, it's not playing that heart collected animation or fading out animation clip at all. So we need to check if we collide with this heart game object, we need to collect, and after collecting it we need to increase our health by 1. To do so, let's get out of play mode and we will open up the player script for checking that. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by going over to inspector, and let's click over here by double click to open it up in Visual Studio. For that we're going to use this on trigger inter 2D function, and we do know that this function right over here get called whenever we trigger with something or collide with something. So if we trigger with this game object or this heart, so we can check right there. If it's not, if you haven't included this function, then do as I did over here and you can ignore all of these things right now. And over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has a tag called heart. So we do know once we trigger with this heart game object or collide with this heart game object, we assign it this heart as a heart tag, as you can see in the inspector. So we definitely gonna trigger with that. So what we want in that situation, we want to increase our health, and then after that we're gonna collect this heart. To do so, let's go there. Over here we're gonna check if other other basically we can access anything by going over to this other parameter, and we can access the game object. So let's access that, and then we're gonna check, we're gonna access the tag, and we will check if it's equals to heart, and then sorry, heart, and make some curly brackets and close that up. Sorry, make some curly brackets. So what we're doing, firstly we're checking if we're triggering with something, and then we're checking whatever we trigger it with, we're going to that game object and then accessing the tag of that game object, and we're checking if that tag is equals to heart. As you can see, as we set, you can pass the tag name in your case. So what we want to increase our health. So if we go to top of our class, we to top up our class, so we can see a health parameter somewhere. We have player movement, ground check, and we have hearts, as you can see, and we have play max health over here, which is by default we set our 10. So what we want to increase this max health by 1 unit. But before we only want to have 3. If we move to Unity, we can see we have 3 hearts, so we don't want to access it. So if we select the player game object in the hierarchy and then go over to player script in inspector, scroll down, max health, as you can see I have they given by default 3 over here. So I don't want to exceed this number. So what we're gonna do, so before we collect the heart, we are gonna check if the max health is something like if it's already 3 or something like 3, then we don't want to collect this heart game object. So before we collect, so over here what we're doing, we're just accessing the game object we trigger it with, basically the tag, and we're checking if the tag is equals to heart. So make sure in quotation you type as you name as you name the tag. So in our case heart, so we definitely gonna trigger with this heart game object. And before we collect that, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if the max health is already something like 3, because we have 3 sprite icon, heart icon, as you can see. So that is the thing. So before we collect that, we're gonna check if max health is greater than or equal to something like 3. If that is the case, then we're gonna make some curly brackets. If that is the case, then we not gonna do anything. But if it's not is the case, so we're gonna type return But if it's not is the case, so else our max health is something like 1 or 2. In that situation we need to collect this heart, and after collecting this heart we need to increase our max health, which is this one, as you can see. So after collecting so if this not exist 8, then we're gonna collect that max health. Sorry, we're gonna increase the max health by 1. So we will add max health plus equal 1, or what you can do, you can just do plus plus. It's basically means we adding 1. So max health, suppose like something like 1, then 1 plus 1 just gonna be 2 right away. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon, or you can just do thing plus equal 1, plus equal 1. It's basically the same thing. And after just increasing our health, what we want to do, we need to play the animation clip as well of this hard game object. So if we select the hard game object in the hierarchy and then click right over here to access the child, we can see that in this child game object or hard sprite, the animator component is attached. So what we have to do, we need to make transition. If we select the hard sprite in game object in the hierarchy and then move over to animator tab, if you can find the animator tab, how you can find it, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and you can see the animation, which is by hitting Control A6, as well as the animator tab. So we have it over here. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make transition from this hard shining or hard just becoming large and then small, then becoming, and it just playing that animation clip. So we also need to make transition from this hard becoming large or small to hard fade, or basically which is going up and then fading out. So we need to make transition. So let's right click off from this hard shining and make transition to hard fade, and then select this transition over here and then move over to inspector, then untick this has exit time. Basically as soon as possible, whenever this player game object collect this heart, it should play the animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick has exit time. And transition duration, we're gonna set it to 0. We don't want any delay. And after doing that, scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition you want to play the animation clip. So we're going to choose a trigger for that. To do so, in animator tab you can see parameters, so click on this plus icon and then choose the trigger in the bottom, and we can call this one something like collect, or let's call it something like hard fade out, fade out hard fade out. And we're gonna choose this trigger, so let's hit this plus icon and hard fade out, as you can see. And now if we just click on this play button in the top by now and then manually try to trigger this hard fade parameter, you should able to see that it's gonna play the hard fade animation clip right away. Immediately the animation just gonna play. So if I just click on this, as you can see, indeed it just plays the animation clip. So we need to trigger this parameter. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. How we can do that? By going over to this parent game object, and by this parent game object we're gonna access the child, and after accessing the child game object we will move over to this animator, and by this animator we're gonna trigger this hard fade parameter. And we do know if we trigger this, it's just playing that animation clip. So let's go to a script now, and in order to do that, after increasing the health, what we will do, we will go to other dot game object, basically whatever game object collided with. So we collided with this hard game object, so we going over to that, and by this hard game object we're gonna access the child to we will go to basically we're gonna move over to transform, and then we're gonna use dot get child function and get child, and make this first bracket. If you put 0, 0 basically means the first child, so it's only have one child and this is the first child, as you can see. If we duplicate this one, so that gonna be second child, so the first child index will be 0. So this 0 right over here referencing this game object. Basically now we have this game object, and what we have to do now, we need to move over to this animator component, and by this animator component we need to trigger this hard fade out parameter. parameter. So let's do that. So we're gonna use this get component, sorry, not child, get component, and the make these arrows, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we will go to animator, and then make this first brackets, and in there we're gonna trigger this parameter which is hard fade out. So let's use this dot set trigger function, and set trigger function in brackets, it's gonna take the parameter name in quotation, so which in our case hard fade out. So let's pass hard fade out, and then close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So firstly, what we're doing, we just going over to this hard game object, then accessing the transform, and by this transform we just going over to this hard sprite game object, and then we just getting this animator component, and by this animator component we just triggering this hard fade out parameter, and we do know once we trigger this one, it's just playing that animation clip right away. So let's have a look on this. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done we're gonna able to see. And now it's done. If we select this hard game object or this hard sprite, and let's hit this play button in the top by now. So we have 3 unit of health, as you can see. So this line of code not gonna execute. As you can see, we type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute. So our health not gonna increase by 1 unit, and it's gonna not gonna play that animation clip. So somehow we need to set our max health of this player game object something around 2. So we will select the game object in the hierarchy, basically the player game object in the hierarchy, and then move over to inspector, then player script, and we're gonna make the max health something like 2. And now we have to health or to sprite icon, you can see it right over here. And now if we just trigger or this collide with this hard game object, we can see indeed it's fade out, and the one sprite icon, hard sprite icon just added up in UI. It's referencing we have this much of max health, but the problem is that the game object is staying in this hierarchy or in this game uh, after collecting that. So we can see the hard game objects still laying around in the game, as you can see in the hierarchy as well as in the game in the scene view. So we need to destroy after collecting that, but how much after how much time we should it destroy? We do know the animation is just playing a 1. So after 1 second we need to destroy that game object right away. So after 1 second, so let's get out of play mode. So after collecting the heart, we need to destroy this one after 1 second. To do so, we will go to that game object, sorry, we will go there. So we need to destroy the game object after collecting, so we're going to use this destroy function. And we do know that this destroy function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object, so we will pass other dot game object. And we do know other dot game object right over here basically means this hard game object or whatever we triggering or colliding with, so in our case this hard. And as a second argument you can pass the time, so comma we're gonna pass the time you want to destroy after you want to destroy it. So I'm gonna pass 1f, basically means 1 second, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and then control S to save your code. And once it's done, make sure you just move to Unity, and we should able to see that this hard game object just gonna destroy after 1 second after collecting it, once we have 2 unit of health. But if we have 3 unit of health and then try to collide with this hard game object, you're not gonna able to see, or this hard not gonna play that animation clip which is hard fading out, or else it's not gonna destroy at all. So if we just click on this play button in the top by now, why? Because we doing, as you can see, if the max health is already 3 or greater than 3, then we just typing return, and we do know after return whatever you type or do, it's not gonna happen anymore. So let's do it. We have 3 unit, as you can see we are not able to collect, but once we loses 1 unit of health, so if I just lose 1 unit health from this enemy game object, so as you can see the health is now our one, and then I can collect this one, as you can see. So this is pretty fine, and I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it. And we can kill this enemy. So I'm gonna kill, and that's pretty cool. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to menu. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and then scenes. Let's open up the menu by double clicking on it. As you can see, we have the menu. And now what we will do, we will duplicate this button. If you haven't created the canvas yet, so what you need to do, you go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and scroll down, says canvas, select that and select the canvas. Go over to inspector in the right, scroll down, go to canvas scalar component, and over there select constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and put in the X something like 1920 and in the Y 1080. And if your game in portrait mode, then you can switch these values. And once you are done, you are ready to do create your button by right click on this canvas. But before you create the button, just right click on this canvas, then create an empty game object, and call that game object something like to menu UI, and then go over to inspector, click then rect transform, click right over here and hold down alt and select this bottom right one. So the game object just gonna be size at size of our canvas. And I'm gonna call this game object something like this will be the about menu. So I'm gonna call it about menu, about menu. And I want to call this main menu to something else, something like main menu UI, or let's leave it to menu UI. And what we will do now, we're gonna select this main menu UI, and let's select this exit button in the hierarchy and select this move tool, and I'm gonna move it somewhere in the bottom, something like 200, 250. Let's do 250, sorry, 50. And then we're gonna select the top one, we're gonna move it something like minus 250. And in the middle we're gonna choose another button that will be menu, about menu. Whenever we click that button, we want to active our sorry, about menu. To do so, firstly what we're gonna do, I'm gonna select this play button, let's control D to duplicate, and let's move it into center. To do so, let's go over to inspector, then rect transform, click right over here, hold down alt and select this center anchor one, and let's call this button to something else. So we're gonna call this button to something button about button. And let's change the text inside of this button to something else, something about. To do so, click over here and select the text, go over to text field, and let's call it something about, and that is pretty fine. And once you've done, make sure you just go to the parent game object, then overrides, and then click on apply all. So the changes you made over here, it's gonna save in this menu UI prefab game object as well. And what we want to do now, we're gonna duplicate one more button. uh, so let's duplicate this about button, control D to duplicate, and let's move this button to this about menu. And now I'm going to select this main menu UI, or menu UI, select that, go over to inspector and uncheck this, and now we have this about button. And I'm going to call this about button to something else. So this will be the back button, and this is about menu, you can say, if we select this game object in the hierarchy. So this so I'm gonna move this button to something like 200 in the bottom. So before we do, make sure you just go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down L, and let's select this bottom one. And now after selecting, we're gonna make the Y something like 250, and let's call it to about button to something like back button. To do so, let's call this one to sorry, back button. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna change this about text to something back text. To do so, let's click right over here, let's select the text, go over to text field, and let's call it back, and that is pretty fine. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this about menu as well as a prefab. Before we do, let's give it a text something. This is our about menu. To do so, let's right click on this about menu game object, and let's create another empty game object, and we're gonna call this one to. We're not gonna call anything, but we will go to rect transform, then click right over here, hold down Alt, and we're gonna select this bottom right one, select that, and now select this rect tool right over here, and let's resize it. So we're gonna resize it somewhere around here, and to fit a text inside of this area, and that text should not be outside of this area. So that's why we created a area for this, and we can call this area text, but I'm gonna leave it to game object, and I'm gonna move in the right something like minus something like this, and this is pretty fine, and we're gonna do, and this seems pretty fine. And once you are done, I'm going to right click on this game object one more time, and let's go to UI, and then scroll down legacy, and then choose this text, and we're going to call this text to something about text. Before we do, make sure you just go to rect transform one more time, click right over here, hold down all, and select this bottom right one. So it's gonna stretch around this game object, a game object, and the problem is that we not able to see that text. So what we have to do, go over to inspector, scroll down, and make this font size a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna make it 120, and now we are able to see. Let's change the text with another text color. So I'm gonna choose color, just click on that color, choose something, it's gonna be choose something color, it's visible, something yellow we can choose, we can red, and I'm gonna choose sorry, I have cough. So this text seems pretty much yellow color is something is fine, I guess. And let's select this alignment to both of the center, and I'm gonna change this text or this font with something else. So let's go to font field, and I'm gonna choose something else, something monogram, and this one seems pretty fine. And let's choose a color that we can see. So I'm going to choose this, and let's say something like this game is made by, or you can say something that you want to say, or we can, what we can say over here, instruction. So let's call instructions, and I'm gonna change the color to something else to make it visible. Let's select instruction. Let's firstly space key to jump a and d sorry a and a and sorry a and let's say a and d key, or left 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 slash right arrow to uh, to to move sorry to move left and right, to move, let's call it to move, and then mouse left mouse button to click. Just give it a instruction, that's gonna be perfect. And I'm gonna select bold, and let's give it an instruction, and I'm gonna say left mouse button is for attack, something like that. And I'm gonna make the font size a little bit something like this, and this seems pretty much fine. And let's choose a color something else so we can see properly. Let's create a panel, basically let's create a panel behind of this instruction, and we're gonna make that panel it not too transparent so we can see the instruction. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna right click on this game object. Let's call this game object to something like panel or text panel, or let's leave it like this, let's create a panel instead. So let's right click on this game object, then go to UI, and then scroll down. We're gonna choose a panel right over here, we can see, and we're gonna select this panel and drag it behind of this our text. So it's gonna be behind of our this text, so so the text gonna be visible, and we're gonna make this panel. So let's select the panel, go over to inspector, and then image component, then color. You can play around. So I'm gonna choose a bottom, the A1. You can make this one to make it visible. As you can see, this seems pretty much fine now. So create a panel first, and before we create panel, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the text, and let's change the color of this text to something else visible. And now this is pretty much visible, and as you can see, this is seem pretty much cool. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select this about menu. Let's make this about menu as well as a prefab. So before we do the prefab, what we're gonna do, if we select this about menu game object, sorry, about menu game object, then go over to inspector and uncheck, as you can see it's get inactive. And now if we select the main menu game object or UI, and then go over to inspector, check this box, we can see that's get active. So whenever we try to click on this about menu, well, sorry, about button, what we want to do, we want to active this about menu. To do so, we're gonna select the about button, and then go over to inspector, scroll down. Over there you can see on click. So whenever we click on this button, we don't want to call any function, so we're going to remove this, or we don't want to go over to any you can say any class. So we're going to select this, and let's click on this minus. Instead, what we want to do, we want to active this about menu. To do so, hit this plus icon and select the game object you want to active. So in our case, this about menu, so we're going to select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. So just click on that, and then go over to game object, and in the bottom you can see set active, and it says bold. So just choose that. So we want to active this one about menu whenever we click on this about button. So that's why we're gonna check this, or just setting that active. And once we click this about button, we want to deactivate this main menu now. So we're gonna hit this plus icon one more time, and we need to drag the game object in which game object we want to deactivate. So in our case, this menu UI, so we're gonna select that and drag it over right there, and it says no function. So just click on that, then go over to game object, then set bold, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna deactive, or we just want to set inactive. So that's why we're gonna uncheck. And now if we just click on this play button in the top by now, and then try to click that about button, you're gonna able to see that's gonna just happen right away. I'm gonna shrink. I'm gonna turn down the. I'm gonna turn down the volume of the music. And now if I just click on this about button, we can see about just gets active. About menu just get active. And now if I just try to click on this back button, the problem, we just loading up the game. Why? So if I just get out of play mode, because that back button is hooked to a function which is loading our game, so we need to we shouldn't do that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the main menu game object now, or UI, go over to inspector, uncheck this, and now let's select this about menu, and then go over to inspector and check this. So whenever we goes to click on this back button, we want to load up this menu UI or main menu UI, you can say, instead of loading up the game. So we're gonna select the back button and then go over to inspector, scroll down. As you can see, it's a hook to a function, so we're gonna select that function or that thing, and let's click on this minus to remove that. And now once ever we click about this back button, we want to active this main menu UI or this menu UI. So let's hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object. So let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. So let's click on that, then go over to game object, and then set active bold. So we want to active this main menu UI or this menu UI. So that's why we just want to check that. And after clicking back button, we want to set this about menu to inactive. So let's hit this plus icon, and let's drag the about menu itself right there, And game object, let's go to game object, set active, and we're gonna set active to false, or we just want to deactivate the about menu once we click on this back button. So we're gonna uncheck this now. And by default I'm gonna set this about menu, so let's select that, go over to inspector, uncheck, and I'm gonna select this menu UI. Basically by default I want this menu UI to be active and this about menu UI to be inactive or deactivate. So let's select this menu UI, go over to inspector and check this. And now if we click on this play button in the top by now and try to click on this about button, you're gonna able to see we will load up the about menu. And once we click the back button, we will go over to this menu UI one more time. So let's have a look. So if I just click on this about button, as you can see about menu just gets loaded up right away, and it's giving us instruction to how to play the game. And now if I just click on this back button, as you can see the about menu just get loaded up right away, and that about sorry, not about menu, basically the main menu just loaded up right away, and the about menu just get deactivate right away. And you can see the that in the hierarchy right over here. If I just click on this about button, as you can see about menu just get active, basically checked, and then once we click on this back button, the main menu just gets active and this about menu just gets deactivated. Now I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just select the about menu game object in the hierarchy and drag it into that prefab folder. So you're gonna make that one as well as prefab. So we're gonna select that about menu, let's drag it into that prefab folder. It's time to make our level. To do so we will go to project tab, then assets, and then go head over to scenes folder, and let's select this level 1 and double click that to go to that level. So I'm gonna double click that, and we are, as you can see, in our level. So let's make the level right now. So I'm gonna select any game object in the hierarchy, let's suppose this player game object in the hierarchy, and F2 focus on that, and we are ready to create the level. Right now we have to make our game. We made the level, now let's make our game. To make the game we need to head over to menu, scene, or menu you can say. To do so let's go to project tab, then assets, and then let's head over to scenes folder. Over there we can see the menu scene, so let's double click that to go over to that scene. Make sure you are in menu scene to create your game. And to create the game, in the top left you can see file, so just click on there and then click on build settings, and make sure you menu is over here. If it's not, let's suppose if I just delete that, as you can see it's gone. So what we have to do, we need to select the menu or the level which one we are missing. We need to select that and drag it over in these cells in bin, and it's gonna do the thing. So we're gonna select that menu, let's drag it over here, as you can see. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna drag this menu all the way up or the top section. Why? Because this menu just gonna be the default one once the player open up the game. So that's why. So we're gonna take this menu, let's drag it top in the scenes inbuilt, and once it's done, make sure you the Unity logo is next to Windows, Mac and Linux. And if you may want to make your game for another platform, then select that platform and then click on switch platform over in the bottom in the right section you can see. So I'm gonna go with this Windows, Macs and Linux. And after selecting that, in the bottom you can see player settings in scenes build settings tab, so just click there. And we need to do some settings right over here. Firstly, you have to give it a company name, so make sure you just give it a you with your studio name or something else, default to something else. And you have to name the game what you want to name it. So I just call it a 2D action platformer. Let's scroll down, and then icon, you can choose an icon for that if you do have to choose an icon, or to just drag it in. If we just drag over here, basically, sorry, if we just click resolution and presentation, we can go basically for the icon we can choose over here. So to choose an icon, you can just go over to project tab, then assets, then you have to drag an icon over here if you like. So I'm gonna cut this build settings tab for now. Let's suppose I want to choose another icon for this. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to this sprites folder, then over here I'm gonna find a perfect icon for this. So I'm gonna find an icon, let's suppose this one seems perfect, so I'm gonna select that one. For example, I'm just showing you, you can just choose any icon you like, so select that and drag it over here in this default icon, and it's gonna change immediately. Or what else you can do, you can just click right there and you can choose the icon over here as well. So you can scroll down to choose an icon. So I'm gonna choose an icon something like this one. This one seems pretty much good. And once you done, you have need to move over to resolution and presentation. Basically click right there and it will be selected full screen window. I'm gonna select maximum window right over here, and I'm gonna check this box resizable window. So it's gonna resize, but you can just leave it to something like full screen window and uncheck this resizable window. So you don't need to work much at all in this resolution and presentation. So we can just click on that to collapse it at once, and then we can move over to splash image. So if I just click right there, we can just click on this preview to see that. As you can see, you are able to see that preview. So if we just click on this, and you can choose an icon for that. So I just already selected an icon, and if you just want to select an icon, then hit this plus icon and drag the icon right over here. So I'm gonna replace this one, so I'm gonna click on this minus firstly, and I want to replace this icon. To do so, I'm gonna move over to item spec, basically sprite folder. Let's suppose I want to choose this one, so I'm gonna select that and drag it right over here. And now if I just click on this preview button, we can see the icon, and the icon seems pretty blurry. To fix that, you need to select that sprite from that folder, and then go over to inspector in the right, and then choose filter mode to point no filter if it seems blurry. And after doing that, scroll down and then click on apply button, and it's done. Now if we just click on this preview, we can see the icon is now the blurry has gone by now, we can see. And you can just remove this icon if you don't want, then you can select that and then click on this minus icon to just remove it. And we are done in splash image section, and we can go over to other settings now. So let's click right there. and we don't have to do right over here. We nothing have left to do right over here, we can just ignore. But if you just making for another platform, so you just have to check this. And I already have a lot of tutorials about this, how you can make a game for Android. So you can just go or explore my channel to get those videos. So I'm gonna click right over here to collapse it at once, and once you done, you can just cut the tab. You can go one more time top left file, and then click on build settings in the bottom, and we are ready to build our game. To build, in the bottom right side, you can see build and run. So just click right there, and you can choose a location where you want to create the build of this application. You can just create a subfolder for that by right click, then new, and then new folder, name that folder to something like build. I already have it over here, so I'm gonna select that folder and then click on select folder, and it's gonna create the game right away, and we are ready to play the game. And we can just play our game right away. It's gonna take few moments, and once it's done, the game just gonna be ready in our eyes or in our PC basically, and we gonna able to play our game immediately after it's just created. And it's creating our game, and once it's done, we are ready to play our game. So just wait for to load up. It's gonna take a moment, few moments, something like 1 or 2 minutes, but it's totally gonna depend upon your system. If you do have a fast system, then it's gonna load up right away, and the game is loaded up, and we are ready to play our game. So we can, I'm gonna turn down the I'm gonna turn down the volume. I'm gonna turning down my volume, and if we just click on this play button, we can play our game. So we can collect, let's kill this enemy, and it's gone. Let's kill this one, and sorry, let's collect health, and that's gone. And we can collect our key right now, and we own the game. And if I just click on this menu, we can going back to our menu, and if I just click on this exit button, we are exiting our application precisely. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make this game and include advanced things to make your game even more cool. So, and you watch till the end, so I am really happy for that. And lastly, thanks for watching this tutorial, this full tutorial. I will see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so goodbye for now.